o'clock. Get underway. Okay, before we begin, Sharon, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Derwin.
Here.
Councilmember Alves.
Here.
Councilmember Richards.
Here.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff.
Here.
Mayor Hughes.
Here. Okay, now is the time for oral communications. If any member of the public would like to address the council on a matter not on tonight's agenda, now would be the time to do so. And I see a number of hands going up. First is Dana Breen. Go ahead, Dana.
There we go. Dana Breen, 4680 Alpine Road. I'd like to address Dear Sharon Hanlon. So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, adieu to you. Sharon, it's the town clerk of decades, and this is her last council meeting, and she retires next Thursday, the 31st. She has been loved by town residents, committees, committee chairs, all of whom have been served by her organization and guidance wand, calm with a knowing smile. Every year she helped me with my forms, and she actually was successful in getting me into the sexual harassment training, which I really needed. Sharon, don't be upset with me, but I've been trying to organize a last day clap out for you next Thursday at 5. I wanted it to be a secret, but frankly, I don't know how to reach all of your devotees. So we are having a clap out for Sharon on the 31st at 5. We will make her car obvious, so be looking for a lot of grateful residents. Come cheer her on as she turns the page into pottery, stained glass, dog loving. I will miss you, Sharon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dana. Next hand I see up is Bob Turcotte. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you. I first want to agree with Dana. I communicated my appreciation to Sharon via email, but I want to reiterate it here. I've really appreciated her professionalism and her sort of calming influence on the meetings, which is sometimes needed. She'll be missed. You'll be missed, Sharon, but I wish you the best in your well-deserved retirement. I wanted to comment on a letter that's in the agenda packet. On page 173, there's a letter from the chairs of the Geologic Safety Committee, the Wildfire Preparedness Committee, and the Emergency Preparedness Committee. And the letter calls for engagement by these committees in the revision of the safety element. I was surprised by this letter for a couple reasons. The first is that these committees have apparently been excluded from the safety element revision to date. We've been told that work on the safety element has been underway for months and that the results have been feeding into the housing element committee, but the letter from the chairs indicates that whatever work has been done has excluded the public from the process. We've seen this before. The hazard mitigation plan we submitted to FEMA grossly understated our wildfire hazard. Mayor Hughes agreed, calling it, quote, glaringly bad, end quote. Clearly, a root cause of that glaringly bad project was lack of public participation. The first opportunity for public review was after the deadline for correction had passed. Let's not repeat this error with a safety element revision. The second thing that surprised me was that this topic wasn't agendized for today's meeting. Residents have been calling for a start to the safety element revision for more than a year, highlighting that this work needs to be done in order for us to make informed decisions about meeting our RHNA mandate. We're now under enormous time pressure to complete the work on the housing element revision and to do so without being informed by an updated and vetted safety element. I urge the council to immediately direct staff to meaningfully engage the committees that focus on our safety in the process of revising the safety element. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I would note that the item is on the agenda under digests. We generally discuss those digests at the end of the meeting and then also take public comment there. I didn't want to interrupt you mid-flow. So for items that are on the digest, for folks who are here tonight and would like to comment on them in the future, the time to do that would be when that agenda item comes up. Let's see, next hand is Dale Fow. Go ahead, Dale.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I have the same comment, so we're going to discuss this at the digest later today.
You're
I
welcome to comment there.
I
Yeah.
don't see it actually in as an agendized item, so it must just be under
It's
general
item
comments.
17.
Okay, then I'll reserve my comments for then.
Okay. Was that it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dale. Next hand is Karen. Go ahead, Karen.
My comment is actually on item 17 also, but I really want to let the majority of residents who probably will tune out by then to know how the importance of what is in the very back of the packet. I urge all residents to look at the very last section in the packet, and particularly what begins on page 175. An independent safety element committee has drafted a wildfire section for the upcoming safety element because we just could not wait any longer. We need the safety element to guide decisions on where and how to safely accommodate the RENA allocations. With only one significant rain this year, California will likely suffer from a large number of wildfires in 2022. Portola Valley is only partially ready by implementing a few easier projects, such as cleaning up Alpine and Portola roads, and finally passing the home hardening ordinance. We need a full comprehensive analysis of the hazards and risks in town in order to drive the next stage of wildfire preparedness. At a bare minimum, we need to know where and how we can safely build for fire, create a real vegetation management program for our large open areas, and a program to successfully evacuate during an emergency, including the large number of children in our schools. Let us take the lead to prepare our town thoroughly from the looming threat of wildfire on our homes and our lives. We are all in this together, and what we individually do affects each of our neighbors. Wildfire does not understand property lines. Let us work together to create a systematic approach, such as the one proposed at the very back of the packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. The next hand is Meg Abram. Hang on a second, Meg. Can we pull Meg over or there's?
Yeah, it's apparently, I'm sorry, Meg, it looks like you're using an older system of Zoom. So when I try to promote you, it's not working. When I push allow to talk, it's giving me a prompt that says allow to talk is not available because Meg is using an older version of Zoom. When I promote to panelists, Meg, you declined to be promoted to a panelist. So you want to say yes to that? Hold on.
No, still not working.
I think she's coming over now.
Okay. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. Meg, go ahead. I think you can unmute at your end now, Meg. Okay, I see you unmuted, but I can't hear you. I still cannot hear you, Meg, if you're trying to talk. I don't know if you're having microphone issues or some other issue. No, I still can't hear anything, Meg. So what I might suggest, Meg, I will hold public comment for a public comment period open for a little while longer. If you want to try maybe disconnecting and updating your Zoom and then connecting back in, I will hold public comment open for a few minutes to give you a chance to do that, Meg. Okay, so let's move on to the next. In the meanwhile, I see Rusty Day has his hand up next. Go ahead, Rusty.
Thank you very much. I too want to applaud and thank Sharon Hanlon for her years of service to the town. She's been a breath of fresh air and a great cordiality and a very welcome presence in town council that we are all going to deeply miss. And I will be there on March 31st. Dana said it well, and no one could say it better. So thank you very much, Sharon. I also want to raise in my public comment the letter that was sent to the town council by the chairman of the Wildfire Preparedness Committee, the chairman of the Emergency Preparedness Committee, and the chairman of the Geologic Safety Committee, pointing out that to date, they have not been consulted at all in the review or preparation of a safety element for the town. Town says that they embarked on this in August of 2021. That means we're close to 8 months into this process, and yet, although we keep hearing that our principal safety committees will be involved in providing resident input and oversight and make sure that this process protects the safety of residents and addresses their concerns, they haven't been involved to date. And they haven't received a response to the letter that they sent to the town council 10 days ago. And although the town council says that it's agendized for this meeting, it's agendized by including it apparently as item number 7 under a line item that reads Town Digest and nothing more, and is scheduled to occur at the end of this meeting, when I suspect a good majority of the early participants will have gone to bed. So I don't think that this represents anywhere close to the level of importance or priority that the town should be assigning to the development and preparation of a revised safety element, particularly under the state mandate, which requires us to engage in a comprehensive hazard and risk assessment of wildfire in our town. Why are these committees not involved? Why is this process not being done in public? Why is there a housing element committee and not a safety element committee? Why is this process proceeding in secret? I think all of those questions deserve answers. And I wrote to Town Manager Dennis on March 2nd and asked all of them, and I've received no response to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand I see raised is Betsy.
Mayor Hughes,
see
I
your hand.
believe Jeremy has his hand up to.
Jeremy,
maybe
I see your hand,
respond to
but
that.
let me go through all public comments and then I'll give staff an opportunity to respond at the end. Betsy is next.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Betsy.
Thank you. Hi,
Meg,
everyone. Hello,
Sorry,
everyone.
Betsy, before you start, I just wanted to point out, I see Meg is back, and so we will go to her next, even though she's out of order on the list. But Betsy, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to jump on the bandwagon and St. Sharon Hanlon. I cannot wait until March 31st to clap you out. Moreover, the town of Portola Valley is working hard to create affiliated housing for our town employees, and you are hereby grandfathered. We'd love to see you back. Come, visit, and stay. Thanks so much. See you on the 31st.
Thank you, Betsy. Now can we go to Meg, please? Meg, go ahead. Try now.
Hear me. Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Great.
Hey, I was on the phone earlier because I knew I had an old version, but
Aha.
so I think for many of us, it's new news that there's an idea to rezone private property with homes. And my understanding is that RENA requires that housing be dispersed, especially low-income housing, be dispersed around the valley. And so I think based on the drawings, we are failing to meet the RENA requirements. So I had some ideas for other areas. I knew it should be close to traffic, dense housing should be close to public transit if possible, and areas where people can get services. And so looking at the map, I noticed that between Wayside and Hayfields along Portola Road, there's a lot of weird little lots, but then behind them, there's some really big lots. And some of those lots even back up to Santa Maria, which needs better fire exit. So I would suggest rezoning that area from essentially the church over to Hayfields, 2 lots deep. And just like you were talking about doing over on the Alpine Road site. Another thought I had, which I think is really an interesting one, is we have a lot of very large lots. And the original housing or our town plan suggested 1 acre per property. And we have a lot of properties that we could rezone, for instance, up in West Ridge and Blue Oaks, so that each lot that was over 2 acres, for instance, a 3-acre lot, could be turned into 3 separate lots for zoning purposes. Now that has some real advantages for the town's population, because as people age out and want to turn their property over to their kids may not be able to pay all the taxes. But if they could sell one of those lots and keep 2, for instance, then they might be able to go ahead and pay taxes for a very, very long time. And that goes for people who are elderly as well, who may find that reverse mortgage is a horrible idea, but selling off an acre would be a great idea. So I would encourage the town to rezone all the lots over 2 acres to 1 acre each, and to cut those zoning so that they don't, so the property lines don't, have a building across them. And the last thing I'd really like to see is when I look up the ADU sort of requirements from the state, they can be very, very small. And I noticed that the new laws that the governor has championed allow for ADUs, even if there is an HOA. So I would like the town to approve very small ADUs. For instance, ADUs that could be garages up in the ranch. Those garages and those carports could all be turned into ADUs. And I think that that would, I'm sure not many people would do them, but they'd be really low income housing, which, is I think what many people would like to see. So right now your plan doesn't meet the state requirements. But if we're going to rezone, then we should look at all the options to rezone and to scatter the rezoning throughout Portola Valley per the requirements of the state.
Meg, if you could wrap up, please. You're about half a minute over your 3 minutes.
That's very good. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Meg. Next hand I see up is Bob Adams. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you. I guess 2 things. One is I want to kind of compliment the people on the ad hoc housing committee. I think you guys are giving an incredibly tough job, and as poor a reaction as I had when I saw the map that was kind of being proposed on the 22nd and then the 28th. I think that they have been admirable in trying to listen and understand and look at alternatives. And I just want to thank everybody for looking at those alternatives. And I know that it's a hard job and somebody's ox is going to get gored, and we're trying to minimize that. One thing that I think is a piece of territory that everybody needs to be thinking about is the 11 acres or whatever it is, 11 or 13 acres that are next to Blue Oaks. If you took 2 of those acres and put on 20 user housings, you'd have more than half of the high density housing that you have to have. You wouldn't have to do all of it, just part of it, and it's owned by the town. The other thing is there was a article or a letter that was sent to the Housing Committee today by Bill Russell that's extensive. He outlines the choices, the potentials, and that's about, I think it's a 3-page letter. That letter should be read by every Housing Committee person, and I think you will find there are very positive thoughts in there and very reasonable thoughts, and I just thank Bill for writing the letter in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And the next hand I see up is Rita Gomez. Go ahead, Rita.
Hi, I want to just say goodbye, and so hopefully not forever goodbye, to Sharon Hanlon and everything that she's done for this town since I've been here and bought my property in 2009. She's always been a breath of fresh air. And, as you know, I've been attending a lot of these meetings, and she's been just very thoughtful in letting us know how many attendees, and has worked out a way to help make that happen. And I hope in April, after she's gone, that this council finds a way to continue that process. I just want to say that thank you for whoever helped put together the geosafety committee meeting last week. I know all of you have been hearing me ask for that meeting for the past 6 months, and I probably sound like a broken record. Well, it did happen last week, and there were 2 incredible presentations I learned a whole lot of stuff. I mean, if you're playing Trivial Pursuit, you don't want to play against me, or you want me to be on your side. But I learned a lot about the geo in this town. I think all the committees in this town, especially if they touch on housing at all, should watch it. I mean, it's great listening to or watching, and everyone should be asked to watch that particular, and I think it's up on the website because it was recorded. But thank you for all you do. We got to figure out this housing thing, and thanks for having that geosafety meeting finally.
Okay, thank you, Rita. And I see no further hands raised from the public. So first, I'd like to take chair's prerogative to repeat what we've heard several times, I think, about our great town clerk, Sharon Hanlon, whose final meeting this is tonight. And we had a nice lunch earlier today for her with the town staff, with a lot of great memories of the last 21 years that she has been helping to run and manage this town and make it the place that we all love to live. So Sharon, thank you very much. And then with that, I would hand it over to staff if there are any items that you would like to respond to immediately from any of the comments that the public has made about any of the items tonight. Or if not, you can follow up offline also.
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, I don't know if you want to have an opportunity or if you'd rather not. Yeah, you already said something earlier, I know.
No, I'll just say it's been my pleasure. I've been honored to perform my duties, and I love the town, and I will miss you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, if I could, and I blew it today. I didn't take a picture of it, Sharon. I need to take a photo, but the team gave Sharon a gift, a small token of our appreciation, which was one of the old signs of Alpine Road sign that had been up for about 30 years. We think it came from the corner of Alpine and Portola Road. It was a great idea from Howard Young, our Public Works Director. Hang that sign with pride, please, Sharon.
Now I just need Portola.
I think we can find it for you.
Okay, and with that, we will move on. Next is, let me see, am I missing anything? Nope. Report from the town attorney on our closed session from last time. Cara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the town council met in closed session at the last meeting, and it was in connection with the annual performance review of the town manager. The town council directed staff to enter into an agreement with MRG, which performs the performance reviews of the town manager, and staff has entered into that contract for the annual performance review. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? I see two hands raised, but I think they were raised before we got onto this item. I will call on them. The first is Carol Russell. Go ahead, Carol. You need to unmute at your end. Carol, are you able to unmute?
I've pushed the asked to unmute button at my end a few times, but it might be an issue.
Maybe she has audio problems on her end. Okay, let's move on to the next hand that's raised. Then Carol, if you'd like to try again, try back later. We will go back to you again. You may want to disconnect and rejoin the meeting, Carol. Sometimes that might fix whatever situation you have. Next is William Russell.
Oh, and
William
just popped off too.
Is he still there? No, I don't see him connected either. So he's disconnected. And Carol, I see her hand has gone down. Okay, we'll try her if I see her hand go up in the next couple minutes. In the meantime, unless there's any council comment on this item, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Seeing none, okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda is considered together, generally as one roll call vote by the council. Any council member may pull any individual item from the consent agenda to be considered separately. And public comment can be taken on any item on the consent agenda as well. So if anyone has comment on the consent agenda, please raise your hand. I see Carol Russell has raised her hand again, so let's start with Carol.
There we go. Go.
This is Bill Russell. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I apologize for the computer problems that we've had. And I know this is not related to the consent agenda. It relates to an earlier agenda. But earlier today, as mentioned by Bob Adams, I sent to the town council a multi-page document outlining what I thought were the best options for the housing element solution. And if you could let me know, so I don't repeat myself, by a show of hands, those who actually had a chance to look at it and read it, I'd be grateful.
I don't believe I've received it yet. I don't know if other councils have.
I was just looking for it and I haven't seen it either.
All right, so it's a multi-page analysis. What it does is it tries to outline all of the available options which we have, and there are 5. Increase the number of ADUs, make town-owned vacant land available for development, acquire privately owned vacant land and make it available to developers, and expand the use of existing commercial properties, or last and least, upzone some or all of the single-family homes in town against the wishes of the owners. And what I did in that document is I analyzed from the perspective of the homeowners all of the pluses and minuses of all of those options. And here are my questions. Is the town council, to the extent that it is possible to do so, in favor of making town-owned vacant land available for development? And if so, what is the town and the housing committee doing to make that a reality? 2, does the town agree that the worst and last option available is to upzone single-family residences? And last but not least, excuse me, I'd also suggested in my memo that based on some recent communications, it's necessary for Mayor Hughes to recuse himself for all the reasons stated in that memo. I'm sorry that you haven't seen it yet. I suggest that you read it, you consult with counsel, and let us know how you wish to proceed. That's it.
Thank you, Bill. Has staff received a copy of that yet, or Jeremy, have you seen it, or Cara? I don't know to whom he sent it.
I have not seen it.
Okay.
It was not sent to me either.
Okay, thank you. Then let's move on to the next hand is Bruce Roberts. Bruce, go ahead. Bruce, you may need to unmute at your end. There we go. Now we can hear you.
Yeah. I'm commenting on item number 9 on the continuation of having these remote meetings. I'm quoting from California Government Code section 54954.4. It says, complete, truthful, and uninterrupted compliance with the Brown Act is overriding public importance. Nothing shall be interpreted to suspend, eliminate, or modify the duty of the town council to comply with the Brown Act. In your motion number 9, you want to eliminate any emails among yourselves from being disclosed. And I do think you have any legal right to do that. And it's a great disservice to our community to allow you to have communications that aren't public during public meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand I see raised is Ron Eastman.
Yeah, hi, thanks for taking my comment. I just want to reiterate what Bruce Roberts just said. There's absolutely no reason to continue these meetings in Zoom. We can't see who you're texting, who's feeding you information during the meeting. And quite frankly, we all behave better when we're in the same room with each other, face to face. And I think that would be a huge positive for this community, especially at this time. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Seeing no further hands raised in the public, staff, would you like to respond to those items? I know there's an update on the progress of wiring the schoolhouse for hybrid meetings. So maybe we could give that update. And Cara, if you have any comments on the comment about emails, I'm not sure what that was referring to, but maybe you have some better idea. Jeremy.
Sure, thank you. So as I hope people know that we've been working to install a hybrid system into our historic schoolhouse that actually started last week. We're actually hoping tomorrow or Friday that we begin some testing. And as we put in communications to the public over the last month or so, we're hoping that in April, we'll start using the schoolhouse again for the council meetings, commission meetings, and committee meetings. The reason that we haven't moved a little sooner into the schoolhouse is primarily that we did not want to see an interruption and an opportunity for people to participate remotely, because we think that that will continue to be popular. But very soon we anticipate doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then with respect to the comment about council members receiving emails and texts during the meeting, I think that that's a practice that can occur whether a meeting is occurring in person or via Zoom. We have always taken the position that if public members want to text comments or email comments, that we will take those comments. They should be directed to the town manager or to the town clerk, and we're happy to read those comments into the record during a Zoom meeting if somebody is not able to present their comment verbally through a Zoom or cell phone. So we see it as just an extra forum for participating in public meetings, and I don't see it as a Brown Act violation.
Okay, so in your opinion, under item 9, we're not enabling some new policy that changes how we would act with respect to the Brown Act, other than enabling Zoom meetings and for us to be remote.
That's correct, and the state still authorizes Zoom meetings during this. There is still a state of emergency, so it is permissive.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'm sorry. The email that Mr. Russell sent to the town, we received it about 2 o'clock today. Unfortunately, it wasn't addressed specifically to the town council. So I think that that's why it didn't immediately get to you guys. We'll distribute that tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you. And I see another hand raised from the public. In the meantime, it looks like Carolyn Fortongan. Carolyn, go ahead. You're still on mute, Carolyn, on your end. There we go.
Good evening. Yes, good evening. I'm very surprised what Council Silver was saying about the text, because in our interpretation, that is not allowed, that should be disclosed to the public. In regards to the emails, we have done everything. We send you the emails when we know that staff has not received it. We have sent duplicates to the town manager on several occasions. We have been addressing this issue for over 3 years now, and nothing has been fixed. We had a big announcement that's today, and that is the regular agenda, that you're going to talk about the housing element. And I have done my work again to summarize a few of the documents that I have sent over years with the department, with you, with other committees, and still it was not put on the put in the public comment. This is not acceptable, and this is not the first time that we have mentioned this. It's a dysfunctional government, and I agree with my fellow residents. I think this is a violation of the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. And I see Eckstein has raised a hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I also have heard, and I know from personal experience, left many voicemails. Never heard.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I can barely hear you. I don't know if anybody else is having trouble also.
That
That's better.
okay, so yeah, I've heard this many times, experienced myself, that it's a black hole sending messages to the town. I've left many voicemails from various people, never hear back. This is a continuing problem. It was even worse when you guys didn't even open your offices for a very, very long time. I have a friend that's in the upzone area, sent a handwritten letter to Jeremy, never heard back. They're very upset because they are in the area that you're talking about rezoning. The lack of response from the town and just getting no, you know, people feel ignored. And I would say this is that you've never even taken a survey of the town and how we feel about your next steps. I believe the town council and the town manager are supposed to look to help the residents, and you know, they're there for that purpose. That is their primary role. And it seems like you're more willing to fight the town's people than to maybe push back a little on the state and at least challenge them to why they would require something that's so out of the realm of how our town is set up. Plus, with all the fire danger that is going on and the drought that we are now experiencing the third year, it seems like common sense to at least make an attempt to appeal the number of units, anything. But you seem inclined to, rather than go and talk to the state about how this is unreasonable, at least make a case, you rather fight the townspeople who overwhelmingly, now that we've actually found out what is going on, are objecting to this. So where do your alliance, you know, where's your loyalty lie? With the people who have elected you or the state? I truly wonder, because I can't fathom why you would prefer to just comply with the state blindly and ignore what we're requesting. Thank you.
Thank you. I would remind members of the public that we are currently talking about the consent agenda items 2 through 10. So if you have a comment on those items, please go ahead. I see the next hand raised is John Silver.
Thank you. And I apologize that I may be, I've just come into the meeting for the last 2 or 3 speakers, but for having heard what has been said, I have to say something, even though I think it's an abuse of oral communication. Well, I'm sorry, this is the consent agenda. Having lived in Portola Valley for all of my life that I can remember, which is from sometime in 1954 on, and before that in Ladera, to hear our town council attacked the way I'm hearing it, I find so disheartening. I knew all of the original 5 town council members personally, who are venerated. And I don't think our town council, I say this through the chair to the public, is fighting the town's people. I think when we fight among ourselves, which is happening, we only hurt our ability to respond effectively to the state. Now, none of us like these requirements. For people who don't know, I served as mayor 3 times. I was on the County Planning Commission for 13 years. I chaired the petition drive that got the southern part of our county, including Portola Valley, into the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. and means that thousands of acres of land in Portola Valley are preserved permanently in open space. So the idea of being required to plan for 300 new units is not something I look forward to. But the last thing we need to do is be challenging each other's integrity and goodwill. We need to figure out if there's a way we can do this that will work with the Portola Valley ethic. And if we can't, yes, go to our state assemblyman, our state senator, go to the governor. But I have no illusion that we're going to get very far. The housing crisis has gotten so severe that rich communities like us, it's like flying a kite on the wrong side of the hill. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, I see no more hands up from the public for the consent agenda. So I will bring it to council. Would anybody like to pull any item on the consent agenda? No, is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
Moved by John Richards,
I will second.
seconded by Jeff. Sharon, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Yes.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Okay, and with that, we move on to our regular agenda. First item is item 11, an update from our recently new town lobbyist on state budget and introduced legislation. Jeremy, are you leading this or are we going straight to Aubrey?
A very brief intro. I want to welcome Steve Cruz and Audrey Radajazic. I'll get it right one of these days, with Cruz and Associates. As the mayor mentioned, this is a new relationship for the town. We're operating in a different world than we have in the past. So the town council, in its wisdom, included a budgetary item last year to bring on board a lobbyist. This is going to be part of a regular set of conversations between the council and Steve and Audrey on a variety of issues that could potentially affect the town. We do anticipate over the course of a calendar year, a few conversations to be scheduled, just so people understand how this will likely look. This time of year, we invite the lobbyists to come to talk about newly introduced legislation that's starting to make its way through the legislature, and also make any comments about the state budget as proposed. We'd have a second discussion at some point in the early summer as bills are continuing to move. At that point, they're likely out of their house of origin, and we know what bills are real. And then a third conversation towards the end of the year, which is just a study session on the issues that are interesting to the council. We started with that study session late last year. So with that, turn it over to Steve and Audrey. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Steve, did you want to do a quick introduction before I jumped into the update and then kick it back to you?
Yeah, thanks, Audrey. And good evening, Mayor and council members. Steve Cruz with Cruz Strategies. As Mr. Dennis indicated, we are pleased to be doing work for the town in Sacramento. Have some experience in the county, having represented San Mateo County for a number of years, and also working in the Bay Area. Actually worked in the mayor's office in San Francisco for a number of years, and so proud to sort of bring that experience representing local governments to bear for the town. And even in reviewing like your agendas for the last several meetings, I can see, you know, clearly the impact in the conversation we've heard thus far, the impact on state policies and you know, the challenges of implementing some of these new laws, and hopefully the benefits of what might be coming your way and has been coming your way in terms of funding. But yeah, certainly proud to represent you, and I'll kick it over to Audrey to get started.
Thanks, Steve. As Jeremy mentioned, the legislature has been very busy over the last few weeks with the bill introduction deadline. That deadline was on February 18th, but as you know, a lot of those are just spot bills or placeholder bills, but the deadline to actually amend those into something substantive that could potentially be referred to a policy committee, That was on March 16th. So that's why we're having this timely conversation to now that we can see what those spot bills actually are. So we saw a flurry of those bills gotten amended into print this last week. The legislature's also been focused on holding their budget subcommittee hearings to review the governor's January budget proposal, and then they'll work on their legislative version of the budget to add or change items of importance to the assembly members and senators. The first policy committee hearings for bills this year are just starting to be scheduled this week, and then the rest of March and all of April will be filled with the first policy committee hearings for all the new bills. After that, everything will move to the appropriations committee, and then, as Jeremy mentioned, then the bill load and knowing what bills will actually move forward for the year will be significantly reduced after that first hearing and appropriations hearing. But that's just kind of the schedule of what's going on, so you have a little taste of that, and then I'll kick it over to Steve to talk about some of the important state budget items.
Sure, thanks, Audrey. So as Audrey mentioned, the governor released his budget in January, and then the legislature has begun meeting in late February, March to start putting their imprint on it. There's been a lot of attention around the surplus. When he announced back in January, it was about 45 billion, which means about half is available to spend. The rest is like for education or for reserves, but it's a lot of money. And certainly there's a lot of hands out in terms of, and a lot of requests and needed requests for the purpose. Just last week, the Department of Finance updated the revenue forecast and added another 17 billion. And so soon after, the governor did announce more details on this gas tax rebate that they shared more details actually this afternoon. It's a $9 billion plan and would be $400 per person per registered vehicle, up to 2 persons in a household. And then the Assembly has a plan, of course, very similar rebate, gas rebate. And then the Senate has a broader interest in seeing rebates for inflationary cost, household cost, not just for gas. There was another proposal to suspend the gas tax, but there wasn't enough votes for that. So that's why they're sort of pivoting to this gas tax rebate idea. Other items of interest in the budget that are being hashed out are funding for transportation, funding for housing and homelessness. There's been a big focus on encampment cleanups, and now on these care courts, which are like kind of conservatorships, some alternative to ensuring access to care, but sort of navigating the complexities of the Petrus-Latterman Act when it comes to conservatorships. There's also funding in the budget for drought. There's also a bond bill in play. I'm not sure if it'll get to the finish line given the size of the surplus, but we'll certainly continue to give more information to Mr. Dennis on the details of that bond. And then there's home hardening. There's some funding in there, $44 million for Cal ES and Cal Fire and for locals for home hardening. Wanted to mention that as well. And then other issues that are sort of pending, where sort of continuation of either COVID or just other new things that are coming up the top of the agenda. Eviction moratorium, that protection that was extended by the legislature, originally by the governor through an AO, and then the legislature, that ends March 31st for tenants. And so we talked just recently this afternoon to the Mark Tolleson, the cabinet secretary in the governor's office, and there is discussions going on about extending that beyond March 31st. Won't be an executive order, it will be legislation. So you might see this sort of, as we saw with the UC Berkeley CEQA action, like something that'll be fast tracked just because March 28th, it has to be in print because there's a 3-day in print rule. Another issue I saw on the agenda, an item rather, was organic waste implementation of SB 1383. There's $60 million in the budget last year, and now the League of Cities has actually put forth a request for $180 million. Still not enough, obviously, to build like the facilities that are needed, but nevertheless, some further budget requests for that purpose. Drought, the governor declared cutbacks to the state water project last week, down to 5% allocation. Third year of a drought, we expect to see another executive order, probably the first week of April, with further restrictions and again, probably some funding, if not through a bond, through the budget. And then I would mention also, I've heard it talked about frequently that on housing element, yeah, I mean, SCAG of 170, of 190 jurisdictions, 170 were not compliant. They were due last January. And so there has been conversations with the administration and legislature on affording like some relief there, given the challenges, but not a lot of sympathy. You know, the governor laid out his plan for 3.5 million units. I think right now there's probably 2 million planned. So not a lot of sympathy there and providing relief, but I think there's a lot of concern coming forth about the loss of grants, the affordable housing grants, loss of transportation dollars. So if not extension of deadlines, at least some reprieve on the availability of grants perhaps. But that's an update on that. I think the last thing I would mention is VLF shortfall. I think we're aware of the issue of the state reimbursing the county and subsequently cities and special districts for their obligations under the VLF tax swap. And Audrey and I have been very involved in those conversations. So I'll kick it over to Audrey to provide an update there.
Thanks, Steve. On behalf of San Mateo County and then also on the town, we've been working on this VLF shortfall process. As you know, last year, San Mateo County and Napa County had put forward a proposal at the end of session to try to get a permanent fix in statute, because right now the claims are filed in arrears. So as that number continues to grow, there's concern over having to, front the bill until the state ends up paying it in arrears. So the proposal put forward would have established an upfront process to do that, obviously with the true up process, as those numbers could potentially change, but so that when the number goes to, when all districts turn basic aid, could be up to $200 million for the county. And then that money that flows to our cities and special districts in the town, et cetera, so that we wouldn't have to front that burden. So we worked on that last year, met with everybody, governor's office, Department of Finance, others. But then we had good news from the governor's office. We felt like we had pretty much a deal coming together. And then Department of Finance came out with a trailer bill about a week after the governor's budget came out. And it included everything with that permanent fix and the upfront payment, but it included one kind of poison pill, which is in F1 of the trailer bill. And it basically says that counties have to use their excess ERAF money before they can get the VLF shortfall continuous appropriation. So basically you get a continuous appropriation, but first you have to use all your own money. That makes no sense and doesn't actually get us anything. So we've been working very hard with the delegation. Assemblymember Mullen has been a huge champion and has been talking with the budget committee and others. And so we've been pushing back really hard. And I know the town did a letter and that was super helpful. So we're meeting with anybody and everybody, and our delegation has made it a top priority along with NAPA's to ensure that this doesn't get passed in the budget this year with that F1. If that comes out, then the rest of it is supported because it's our proposal. So we just need to get that part struck out. And with that, I'll kick it to Steve for anything he wants to add there, but also he will mention a few bills of importance.
Yeah, thanks, Audrey. Don't want to take up too much time. There were about 2,100 bills that were introduced. The deadline, as Audrey indicated, was February 19th. A lot of them were spot bills, and because the hearings are coming up now, they're starting to, a lot of gut amendments, or a lot of amendments are materializing. But I think just really quickly, a few to mention. I mentioned the bond by Assemblymember Eddie Garcia and Senator Mullen, $7.43 billion for safe water, safe drinking water, wildfire prevention, drought, extreme heat mitigation, to name a few of the items in there. It would be on the November ballot if it's passed. There's a number of housing bills. Berman has one, Assemblymember Berman, that would prohibit local jurisdictions from imposing affordable housing impact fees on density bonus units. Stern has another one. He's coming back with his bill to restrict development of housing in moderate, high, and very high fire hazard severity zones that died last year. And then and I understand, Audrey, that one's not, is that a 2-year bill now? The Stern bill?
Yeah, Stern's office let us know today that they don't plan to move that one this year. So potentially, well, and it's already the second year of a 2-year session, so they'd have to introduce something new next year. But yeah, it was in print and it's already not moving. So.
Okay, and then furthering on the housing element requirements, Rivas has a bill requires city or county's annual housing element to report to include the locality's progress in meeting the housing needs of extremely low-income household. I thought that was our requirement, to be honest. And then there's a Quirk Silva, Assemblywoman Quirk Silva has a bill on the wild development of residential projects in very high severity zones as well. It's a little different than Stern, but that bill was introduced this year. That's 2705. And then I heard again, ADUs mentioned. There's Wachowski, Senator Wachowski has a number of bills in this space. He's got another one to streamline, but offers some funding for construction of ADUs. And it looks like it would also put some limitations on the use of sprinklers, fire sprinklers. So yeah, I know that's a lot of information, so I'll shut up. See if you have any questions, but yeah, happy to answer if you have questions along the way.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just as a bookend, I think, you know, what would be really helpful tonight, if there was anything in the previous list of bills that Audrey and Steve have been putting together that you'd like to talk a little bit about tonight. We'd like to hear that from council members. Audrey and I are planning to have a conversation in early April to re-review those bills and bring forward any bills for consideration for support or opposition or support if amended to the council. I suspect that will happen either late April, early May, back to the council, excuse me. So this is the first year we're going through the cycle, so we're going to find the right rhythm that this works for the council and residents and staff and Audrey and Steve. So, and thanks. It's good seeing you both, Steve. It's been a little while. So
Yeah, likewise. Thank you.
Are there any council questions for Audrey and Steve? I have one, which is a question I always ask anytime anybody, whoever spends any time remotely close to Sacramento, is in the room with me. As you have heard, we are deep in the process of updating our housing element. And as part of that, there's going to be a substantial increase in the number of units that we're planning to build in the coming cycle versus the current cycle. And that is likely to lead to a correspondingly large amount of work on our planning and building departments once the element becomes active and we start actually having these houses being constructed in Portola Valley. Our planning staff, as it is already swamped with the amount of work that they have to do. And I imagine every other town in California is going to similarly be needing to dramatically expand their building and planning departments. And there are not enough trained builders, planners, building inspectors, and the rest of it to do the job. Have you seen any activity in the legislature to work on training people to be plan checkers, building inspectors, and the like that we are going to need starting in the next couple of years? We need to start training them, ASAP.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for the question. A few years ago, and I'm losing track of time with COVID. It seems like last year is actually more like 3 years. I know that there was a sizable, I guess, investment that was, the administration's like, hey, we're going to put forth this funding to help you sort of get there. That may have been depleted like by now, but I have heard some conversations. The broader push has been, it's not doable in a lot of instances. And we saw the city of LA example, obviously much different, but they'd be required to rezone like half the city, by October, right? That's not possible. I think everybody understands that. And so I have heard more calls for more funding. I think the other thing that we heard is a lot of cities during COVID, their planning staff and building folks were actually in the emergency operations center, right? I mean, and that seemed like a total legitimate reason to get more time. And there was just a lot of shaking of heads when we made that request. So to your point, we've heard a little bit about it. We'll try to look closer and see how real those proposals get. I think maybe as the denials come on the extension of time, perhaps that's something to put out there as an option.
Yeah, and I'm also, concerned even, if people do get their housing element sorted out, whether it's on time or whether it's a little bit late and they eventually get them in, the volume of construction and just not the planning part of it, the long-term planning, but the short-term, oh, an applicant just came in with a project and we need to review it and approve it within the time clock period, and then send a building inspector out to make sure the rebar is installed right and all that, that the volume, all that stuff's going to go way up.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I didn't mention the bills that actually require you to approve them faster. There's a few
Right,
of those too.
yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
no, a point well taken.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I will go to public comment on this item. I see two hands up. The first is, oh, there's more going up. Bruce Roberts is first. Go ahead, Bruce.
Oh, I'm sorry. My hand was raised for another matter, so you can cancel me.
Thanks. Next is Rita. Go ahead, Rita.
Hi, and my question is about fire mitigation. I'm not sure if it was a bill or just something that Commissioner Laura had proposed and is happening now, but if you do fire mitigation on your property, that then there's help with getting insurance. If people that were having problems with insurance, is that a bill? I received something about there was going to be some kind of town talk in Sacramento about this issue, but what is that bill called? Do you know off the top, or is that something that we could use in this town?
Thanks, Rita. I'll take your comment and we'll try and answer kind of everybody's together. So question noted. If you don't have anything else, we'll move on to the next.
Yep.
Thanks, Rita. Next is Christy Corley.
Yes, thank you for your bill update. Some of us are real interested in bills, and you went quickly over the Rivas bill, but you did not say the number. Can you please share that? You mentioned the Mikowski bill. You did not say the number. You did say Quicksilva was 2705. And Berman, if you could explain that bill more, since he is our assembly member for our district, 2063. Can you please explain that more? We as a town residents are really interested in CEQA and our open space. So if you could update us on any CEQA bills. And then you quickly said that what bills are proposed for streamlining housing. There was two, if you could also go over that. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Next is Rusty Day. Go ahead, Rusty.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions for Mr. Cruz that sort of elaborate a general question, which is what services do you provide to the town? And in that context, do you, for example, provide the town access to a website or database of information on pending legislation or administrative actions? Or do you provide periodic reports of legislative action, such as weekly or monthly reports? Or do you provide customized reports on specific legislative initiatives like insurance of homeowners, fire prevention, et cetera? Thank you.
Thank you, Rusty. I'd like to remind folks that the agenda item we're on is an update on state budget and legislation, and not on more general matters about our lobbyist. We can make available, Rusty, the contract from Cruz with the town that will make clear what they're doing for us. Next hand I see is Ron Eastman. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, hi. I just want to comment on your comment, Craig, about having to hire new planning staff. I'd just like to point out that the county of Santa Cruz, faced with the reconstruction of nearly 2,000 structures, they hired an outside consultant firm to handle all the CZNU or the CZ complex fire rebuilds. And I think that's what we should do as well. I mean, we're already being burdened enough. I don't see why we should have to pay for more staff if we can outsource it and have the builders pay for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ron. We had a discussion at our last council meeting about how we would pay for it, and that the cost would be passed through generally to applicants for anything to do with a specific project. So that part of it, Ron, should be not a problem whether we outsource or we use in-house staff. Next hand I see raised is David Cardinal.
Hi, thanks. I think it's kind of exciting that we have somebody who can be our eyes and ears and report on the impact of the bills and the budgets in Sacramento to us, instead of previously we each had to kind of ferret out our own information and try and sort through what mattered and all that. So I personally think this is great. So thank you.
Thank you, David. And I see Allison Illich. So I'm not sure if Jeremy just stepped away briefly.
I am back. Sorry, I was grabbing some water there.
Thanks. Okay, yeah, I was just going to echo what David just said. I think this is awesome having you guys on board to give us a little insight to what's going on in Sacramento. I'm intensely interested in this. And in particular, you know, as you are aware, we have a pretty serious housing planning issue going on in our town. And one of the questions I've had is, what is the state doing to try and help communities like us that want to do the right thing, but feel just unbelievably constrained in trying to make this happen? And I know, for instance, that Josh Becker just introduced a bill. I think it's 1094. And I'm sure there are a jillion of these that are being proposed to just, you know, to help developers to make it more feasible to actually develop in a town like ours. Because many of us are open to it, but it just isn't an economic reality. So with all of this traffic going on, with all of this bill traffic going on, can you help us in the future tell us what actually might be coming about to help us, what we might be able to count on? It might just give us a little bit of hope and some positivity in the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Okay, I see no more hands raised. There were some questions about some specific bill numbers. Maybe if you could just read those.
Do you want me to read off those ones?
That would be
great. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, the Revis bill was AB 2238 about the statewide extreme heat system. The Berman bill is AB 2063, and you asked for a better description, but prohibits local jurisdictions from imposing affordable housing impact fees on density bonus units. The other Robert Revis bill is AB 2094 about the annual housing element report. That's AB 2094. And then the Wykowski bill is SB 897. That's the Bay Area Council bill about the ADU permitting, SB 897. And you were correct on the Quirk Silva bill. That's AB 2705.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you had any other brief comments. I don't necessarily want to take a huge amount of time to answer a lot of stuff in detail here, but if you have any quick comments on other questions that you heard from the public, and if not, we can work to answer those questions offline.
No, thank you. I think Audrey kind of covered the specifics on the bill numbers, and then I guess maybe the only thing is, yeah, no, we thank you for some of the comments and questions, and we're here to be helpful. Some of the bills are just getting underway, so you're not too late in terms of taking a position. Sometimes it's not an oppose or support, it's just making it work better. And you'd be surprised, you know, they prefer that more than, you know, staking out a hard position one way or another, just providing input, like technically on, hey, by the way, this is how it works in Portola Valley, right? And so there's a lot of opportunities to share those ideas and suggestions, and we can get you in contact with the right folks to do that.
Thank you, Steve. Jeff, I see your hands up.
Yeah, thanks. One quick follow-up. The I think it was the Wykowski bill, the annual report on housing element progress. Sounds like the sort of initial test phase of AB 35. Do I have that right? Steve, you mentioned you thought that was already a rule, and I was wondering. It sounds like what AB 35 requires, and basically then AB 35 is kind of consequences if you've fallen behind on the housing element. Is there something more to this one?
Yeah, no, as I read the digest, I thought as I read that, it sounded familiar. And, you know, it could just be an enhancement to the requirement on the low income units that are required. but I don't think it's a drastic deviation from existing law, but I'll get you a clear answer through Mr. Dennis.
And that
Great,
was
thank you.
EB 2094, the Robert Rivas bill.
I'm never going to remember those numbers, but okay.
I know.
The Rivas bill. The Rivas bill. Thank you. I had
Only because I had it right
the
in
wrong
front of me,
author
but
as well. Yeah.
we even do
Okay.
that all the time. So
It's only later in the session that some of the bill numbers become really memorable.
yeah,
Yes.
the ones that are really bad. Or
Very true. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both for being here tonight. And as a number of people commented, I think this is very helpful information for us, and look forward to getting more of it as we move forward together.
And Steve, Mr. Dennis is my great grandfather.
I'll work on that. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, with that, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 12. And we will welcome back Brandy DeGarmo. Not long gone, but glad to see you back, Brandy. For information on what we're doing about SB 1383.
Yes, 1 second while I share my presentation. There we go. Mayor and council members, I'm here tonight to update you on SB 1383 and review decisions staff is looking to the council to consider regarding adoption of the required ordinance. I will be going through this quickly, and for ease of discussion, have a summary of decisions for the council to consider at the end of the presentation. Before I begin, I would like to welcome back Jack Steinman from the County Office of Sustainability, who is here for any questions regarding the edible food recovery portion of the ordinance. I also wanted to thank Cara for all of her assistance and guidance in the development of the ordinance, and we'll be working together to address any questions that arise. I'm just briefly, here's an overview of what we're going to go over. I'm going to just do a quick recap of the goals of SB 1383, a summary of the actions the council took on October 27th, some information on a grant we have applied for, a review of the SB 1383 requirements, an update on the waiver that we received, and then opportunities for the council to consider as well as weighing in on those opportunities and the applicability dates. So as a brief recap, SB 1383 is the most significant waste reduction mandate to be adopted in California in the last 30 years. It requires the state to reduce organic waste disposal 75% by 2025. And it also requires the state to increase edible food recovery by 20% by 2025. When we are talking about organic waste for the purposes of SB 1383, we're talking about green waste, yard trimmings, wood waste, food waste, but also fibers such as paper and cardboard. And as you can see here, organic waste comprises about 2/3 of our waste stream, and food waste alone is the largest waste stream for California. And the goal of SB 1383 is to address the negative impacts of climate change. Landfilling organic waste leads to the anaerobic breakdown of that material, which creates methane. And landfills are responsible for 21% of the state's methane emissions, and landfills are the third largest producer of methane. And just as a reminder, methane is 72 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year horizon. Here's a summary of the actions that the council took at the October 27th meeting. You adopted a resolution that authorized the town manager to enter into an MOU with the county to establish the edible food recovery program. And 20 of the cities and the county are all participating in that program. You also adopted an updated environmentally preferable purchasing and practices policy, which will help us comply with the procurement requirements for SB 1383. And you directed staff to file the waiver on certain aspects of the mandatory organic waste collection requirements, as well as return with an ordinance implementing the remaining requirements of SB 1383. And since that October 27th meeting, CalRecycle opened a grant fund, which the town is eligible to receive $20,000, and we've applied for those funds to complete 3 eligible projects. One is our mandatory record keeping, and for that we are hoping to purchase the Recyclist Program Tracker, which will help us not only meet the reporting requirements for SB SB 1383, but also AB 341 and AB 1826, as well as our annual report. We also are going to participate in a compost broker project, which will help us with our procurement requirements, as well as a compost quality improvement publication education campaign led by the county, which will help us meet some of our education and outreach requirements. So here is just a brief review of the SB 1383 requirements. We reviewed these requirements extensively at the October 27th meeting, but we wanted to give you context for the low population waiver and discussing the opportunities for you to consider. So here, the main requirements, you can see that providing organic collection services to all residents and businesses, that is part of what is covered by the waiver. Conducting education and outreach to the community, that will be a joint effort with the town, Green Waste, and the county. Securing access to recycling and edible food recovery, that will be entirely handled by the county MOU, as well as the food recovery program. And then procuring recyclable and recovered organic products. So as I mentioned, we'll be participating in that countywide program. And then we will also have to address some of those procurement requirements ourselves. We also have to monitor compliance and conduct enforcement, and the enforcement for the edible food recovery program will be conducted by the county, and the other enforcement will be conducted by the town. So as I mentioned in the staff report, staff filed for the low population waiver with CalRecycle on November 9th and received confirmation that a 5-year waiver was approved on December 28th. The waiver exempts the town from the mandatory organic waste collection regulations that are outlined on this slide. These regulations require local jurisdictions to provide organic waste collection services to all residents and businesses, and waste containers used for both curbside programs and indoor waste collection stations must follow a prescribed color scheme. These containers are also subject to labeling and contamination monitoring requirements. And here you can see some of those jurisdiction requirements. As I mentioned at the October 27th council meeting, the town's franchise agreement with Green Waste provides all residents and businesses within the town a base level of curbside service with separate containers for recyclable materials and mixed compostable materials, which includes food scraps. And then for fully accessible areas, the franchise agreement also offers a third bin for separate collection of yard trimmings to further segregate this organic waste and ensure the highest use product. In addition to providing those collection services, the mandatory collection services requires enforcement and inspection for compliance, as well as record keeping requirements. And so jurisdictions that receive a CalRecycle issued waiver are still required to contribute to the state's organic waste recovery targets by implementing and complying with all the other sections of the regulations. Here you can see, as far as the record keeping requirements, there's still a tremendous amount of record keeping that has to happen, but those 4 areas that are outlined in orange, we are not required to report on those records until the end of the waiver. So staff and the town attorney have reviewed the ordinance extensively, both to understand where our compliance is required and where there are opportunities for waste diversion. We met multiple times with CalRecycle, Green Waste, and the county, as well as our adjacent cities, to better understand how to implement the ordinance with our unique situation. And that unique situation is that we have our franchise was negotiated in 2019 and anticipated many of the provisions of SB 1383. Also, the way our waste is collected and processed by Green Waste is very unique, as well as the low population waiver that we received. We attempted to make the ordinance as clear as possible, given the unique way our waste is collected with the 3-container, 2-container system, as well as on-premise services. As mentioned, the town franchise agreement provides all residents with that base level of service for recyclable materials and mixed compostable materials, which includes food scraps, and that third bin is offered for yard trimmings. So as we go into this, we have outlined these opportunities for the council to consider. The provisions of the ordinance that we aren't discussing tonight are excluded from the waiver, and the town is required to follow, other than the edible food recovery provisions, which the town agreed to in the MOU. So now I'm going to go through each one of these opportunities in a little more detail. So staff is recommending that the council consider adopting the requirement for mandatory subscription to waste collection service for residential, commercial business, and multi-family generators as of July 1st, 2023, ahead of the waiver expiration. Staff is also recommending mandatory subscription to yard trimmings service for commercial business and multi-family generators that generate 4 cubic yards or more of total solid waste per week, as well as mandatory subscription to recyclable materials service for all commercial and multifamily generators, regardless of waste produced. Now, while the town has received a waiver for portions of SB 1383, we are still required to comply with the existing bills, AB 341, the mandatory commercial recycling ordinance, and AB 1826, the mandatory commercial organics recycling ordinance. So regarding residential specifically, staff has had these discussions with Green Waste on the implementation of mandatory service for residential. On the one hand, this would assist Green Waste with taming billing issues that they have regarding vacation holds, but Green Waste also doesn't want to be in a position of incurring bad debt or becoming a regulatory entity because of a mandatory requirement to provide service. So the ordinance puts the onus on the generator to subscribe to service, and the town is responsible for enforcement. As far as the issue of incurring bad debt, the town has the authority to apply a penalty for generators who do not subscribe. Staff believes that these changes should address Green Waste's concern without a need to modify the franchise agreement, and we will continue to discuss this with Green Waste. The initial analysis of our subscribers indicates that there's approximately 1,500 residential accounts subscribed, with 1,019 of those accounts eligible for yard trimming service, and 418 are in those limited accessibility areas or have walk-on and drive-on service and therefore can't have separate yard trimmings. So of the 1,019 eligible counts, 979 have yard trimming service, which is about a 96% participation rate. So there's a couple of pieces of information to glean from this analysis. There's still opportunity for yard trimmings diversion in the residential sector. And given that the town has approximately 1,800 households, there are likely residential accounts that would have higher waste diversion if subscribed to the town's waste collection through Green Waste. Now, again, further analysis would be needed. We don't know how many of those 1,800 households perhaps have where there's a multifamily situation that's counted in that. So you can't say that there's 300 accounts that aren't subscribed. We would need to do more analysis on that. Regarding commercial yard trimmings for commercial businesses, so we have applied the same threshold for AB 341 of generators that produce more than 4 cubic yards of solid waste per week would have to arrange for organic waste recycling services. Now, the town has automatically been in compliance with AB 1826 because of the way that our mixed compostable materials are collected and processed. And because we're already in compliance with AB 1826, that's why we're recommending that threshold of 4 cubic yards, because it makes it more streamlined and more consistent to apply that, to understand who is already required to do have recycling services. So there's additional reasons for having mandatory yard trimmings service for commercial. They ensure that yard trimmings are recycled for their highest purpose. Within the staff report, I mentioned that there's 2 ways that our compostable materials are processed. The mixed compostable materials, which includes landfill waste, can be composted and then only used for what is called landscape compost. So that cannot be used directly on food crops that touch the ground. So it could be freeway medians or vineyards or something like that that doesn't touch the ground. And then yard trimmings can be turned into certified organic compost, which can be used for any type of compost application. In addition, those 2 processes for processing mixed compostable materials into compost versus yard trimmings into compost, the yard trimmings process is much more, there's much less energy and resources needed to complete that process. In addition, subscribing to yard trimming service for these businesses could save them potentially, when I did back of the napkin analysis, between $70 a month and $2,000 a month, because subscribing to the yard trimmings bin is half the cost of subscribing to a mixed compostables bin. So there's several benefits here for this mandatory yard trimming service for commercial services. And here you can see in this graph the impact of this. So right now there are approximately 15 commercial accounts that don't have yard trimming service that would meet the threshold of 4 cubic yards of waste or more per week and could benefit from that service. And in addition, with all of these mandatory provisions within the ordinance, there is a provision that would allow a generator to apply for a waiver for either lack of space for a bin or lack of material that would not necessitate a separate bin. So that wraps up the mandatory subscription to collection services. So now we're going to move into the requirements for haulers. So within the ordinance, chapter 8.08.070A addresses the specific regulatory requirements that jurisdictions must enforce on haulers and other entities. Now, while the town is exempt from enforcing these regulations under the waiver, the exclusive franchise hauler, which is green waste, in the franchise agreement that was negotiated in 2019, these requirements were anticipated, and therefore the regulations within the ordinance are reiterating what already exists within that agreement. For other haulers, they would be required to obtain a license from the town to become a permitted hauler, and this would ensure both that the town is in compliance with the exclusivity in the franchise agreement, as well as SB 1383 requirements when the waiver expires. It would also help us understand where more of our organic waste is going and ensure it's being processed for the highest use purpose. So then the other requirement is for self-haulers, and this is basically just capturing those commercial businesses that are self-haulers and requiring them to become a permitted hauler, again ensuring that the town, that those self-hauler operations don't conflict with that exclusive agreement with the franchise hauler. Now, self-haulers that are, like, for example, if you're just taking your own waste, you aren't required to get any sort of permit, you aren't required to do record keeping, you are required with the ordinance to take those to a specific facility to be processed separately, but there's no record keeping requirements. So the last item for council consideration are garbage regulations and a bin location requirement. So the town attorney has updated the old garbage regulations in chapter 8.08 and included them within the ordinance as 8.08 120. The old regulations were from 1964 and needed to be updated to be consistent with terminology and nomenclature used within the franchise agreement as well as current practices. There's also some new regulations in there that clarify that garbage shall not be burned unless an appropriate permit is granted by Woodside Fire Protection District. And then finally, to address repeated resident complaints, section D of that chapter, refuse containers location, has been added to clarify when bins are allowed to be placed out for collection and insists with complaints and code enforcement surrounding this issue. So then the last thing to cover are the applicability dates. Most of the provisions in the ordinance go into effect 30 days after the second reading of the ordinance. Staff and the town attorney are recommending a delayed applicability date of July 1st, 2023 for the provisions that I've discussed just now. And note that all of these provisions, apart from mandatory yard trimming service for commercial businesses, will become mandatory per SB 1383 on the expiration of the waiver. Implementing these provisions in advance of the waiver expiration will give staff and green waste time to determine which generators are subject to the provisions, assist those generators with getting service, and allow Green Waste to purchase any necessary supplies or make route changes. And we have discussed this date, this implementation date with Green Waste, and they are comfortable with that date of July 1st, 2023. In addition, this will allow staff time to implement the Recyclist Program tracker for record keeping and reporting, and it will put in place a mechanism to receive and issue waivers. We would appreciate the council weighing in on whether this delayed implementation is reasonable. And with that, I just wanted to outline, just let you know very succinctly what our requirements are. So you can see in 2022, we're required to adopt an enforceable ordinance. Compliance and monitoring and education happen between 22 and 24, and then enforcement starts happening in 2024. And that's supposed to be both at the local level as well as with CalRecycle. And there you have it. Cara and I are available for any questions, and I have made these slides available so that as we go through these opportunities for consideration, you have them right here. So I have all three of them in a row here.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay, I'll start with council questions. Jeff, you have a hand up.
Yes, thanks. A couple of questions. Who would be a typical self-hauler? Who would be a hauler outside of Green Waste? Who would actually have to get a license for this? Is this like a construction outfit or something like that?
Yes, so there's a couple of different types of self-haulers. So there's construction and demolition haulers. So if you oh, I did not include that. There's a couple of different waste streams that aren't governed by the exclusive franchise agreement. And so there are things like grease and oil from restaurants, construction and demolition, compacted cardboard, and then also landscaping waste as well. So those are all examples of self-haulers. And so any of those that are commercial businesses would be required to get a business license and become a permitted hauler. But someone who was just like, if you were just doing construction at your house, or you were doing, cleanup at your house, and you are going to take waste and dispose of it, you're required by the ordinance to separate it and take it to a specific place, but you are not required to get a permit or do any record keeping. Those other entities are required to keep records.
Okay. And these commercial businesses that you think would benefit from the green waste, from the yard waste bins, are they located in places where they're producing enough yard waste to fill those bins? I mean, you're saying it's 4 cubic yards, but is there a large proportion of it actually yard waste, or I mean, is it all just real, like, actual compost or compostable mixed compostables?
There are several of those commercial accounts that I think would really benefit from yard trimming bins, both from the cost as well as producing a higher use product. So
they're actually producing a lot of yard waste.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and based on what the acreage at the town and the size bin we have, and I believe so. And then those that don't, they could apply for that waiver and they wouldn't have to have a separate bin.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any other council questions? I have a couple. Brandy, on your timeline, you had some stuff going out for sort of the next 3 years for stages of things that we need to do. If we have a 5-year waiver, I take it that's a one-time waiver, so it's a non-renewable waiver. We have to become compliant within 5 years, or are there elements of it that are potentially renewable in 5 years?
Nothing is
dramatically bigger or anything, so
yeah,
it's still going to be.
Nothing is certain, but what the guidance that we've received from CalRecycle is that at the end of the 5 years, we should be in full compliance. And right now there's this gentle buildup for jurisdictions to come into compliance. And so what Cara and I have outlined is sort of us meeting us benefiting from a slow implementation so that when that 5-year mark hits, we're fully in compliance. But so I would be very surprised if we received another waiver.
Right.
after
So
that 5 years.
is there then anything that will be left for us to do beyond the stuff you laid out in the timeline, so that at the end of 5 years, if we don't get a new waiver, we don't need to suddenly say, oops, there's that one thing that was still covered by the waiver that we now need to do starting January 1st?
I don't believe so. The way that Cara and I have tried to present this ordinance is that it's everything is in there that we know now. I will tell you, I think that CalRecycle is still very much sorting out some of these issues. So, things could change. But with the Recyclist Program Tracker, they are very much keeping track of guidance from CalRecycle, and basically that program tells you exactly what you're supposed to report on. And so that's a great benefit of that. And so if things arise, it will be more like, oh, we should be asking for this, or, so it will be things like that, but we'll have the benefit of seeing that in that program in advance of having to produce those reports.
Okay. So we don't need Jeremy and Melvin and Cara to put a calendar reminder for 5 years out to reevaluate. The program will be telling us all along what we need to do if we're not doing it.
Yes.
Great.
That's the hope. Yes.
And then I had just a question on something you were saying about self-haulers and commercial users. If I have let's say a gardener, and once a year we do an annual, slash everything back, fire cleanup, take out the weeds, and we produce a huge amount of stuff. And, in the past, what I've done is he'll just load it in his pickup truck and take it to the dump. Does he need a permit for that? Because he is a commercial operator, but it's just, one pickup truckload. It's not his main business.
So a couple of things. Technically, he should have they should have a business license.
Yeah.
And that is sort of a gray area that we're still figuring out with CalRecycle, as well as Green Waste, because Green Waste has what I forget what term they use, but there was something where it was like an inconsequential amount of waste. So I think we're still sorting that out with them. So once we know, there would probably be some threshold, within there. But I think, technically they would be a self-hauler based on the definition from CalRecycle.
So I might have to ride with him in his pickup truck, and I drive, and then I'm self-hauling and he's not. I'm just borrowing his truck. Okay,
no comment.
Those are my only questions. Any other questions? No, if not, I'll open for public comment. I see Dave Cardinal's hand up.
Thanks. Two hopefully quick comments or questions. One is on the commercial side. I think most of our businesses rent office space, and they may generate a lot of waste as a restaurant or a deli or whatever, but they don't have yards. So to me, it's already hard enough to run a business here. So requiring them to have some sort of thing they don't have now and making them file for a waiver strikes me as backwards. If it's economically advantageous, I think we should just market that and let them go about their business. Second, we are really, really, really trying to encourage people to take fuel load out of the town. And it's already hard enough. And from what I just heard in the answer to Craig, it sounds like it might get harder and require more permits just to take a bunch of sticks to the dump if there are more than the ones you can stack in your yard. I hope that's not true, but I don't think we should get in the way of getting fuel load out of our town. I mean, if it's a law, it's a law, but I hope we don't encourage it. Thanks.
Thank you, David. And then I see Carolyn's hand is up as well.
Brandy, did you want to respond to that?
Well, I wanted to respond to the commercial business aspect, if that's okay. So for commercial businesses, for the entities that you're speaking of, they all share bins. And so it's not going to directly impact an individual business. It's more, there's like, I think, for example, at Village Square, there's only 1 or 2 subscribers. And so I just wanted to make the point that it's not going to impact those individual businesses in the way that you might think.
Okay, thank you, Brandy. Carolyn, go ahead.
Great. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Brandy, thank you so much for the presentation. And I know this is one of my many topics that I'm concerned about. So I hope you will put your presentation either in the Sustainability Committee or Town Center. I think everybody should see it. It's wonderful. I had a question about the exemptions, and I heard multi-housing. If you can repeat that. And then secondly, you know, I was the one who repeatedly, and I didn't mean to criticize the program, but, you know, we separate garden disposals, and we have the 3 separate bins. And then I was very frustrated because green waste came with 1 truck and put it all together. So I think we've learned from that, and I think my many calls to green waste and perhaps addressing it to the Sustainability Committee, just like Stefan Unash has done, that at least, you know, the recycling is now very separate. So we still have issues with the regular 2 other bins. You know, they get mixed on a regular basis. We cannot blame the employees. This is really green waste. So thank you for your efforts. I think many of the residents are supporting to to reduce our waste and to do this on a very economical approach. But we've seen so many, like Greg Hughes said, you know, every time there is this collective effort to do spring cleaning or fall cleaning, we see all these contractors suddenly come up. They probably got a pass from a resident to dump their stuff. So if you can answer the question on multi-housing and the other exceptions, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Brandy, would you like to address that now, or is it easier to address in a follow-up email or something, Carolyn?
I think it's a simple answer. So that CalRecycle considers any multifamily housing that's over 5 units to be treated as a commercial account, and so it's really just following that requirement from them.
Thank you. Okay, Brandy, maybe you could share your screen again and pull up what you like the conclusion from our discussion to be, so we can work through that, and then we can come back, bring it back to the council for discussion. Let's see, what is the, maybe we should go through these one at a time. Is there a question on number 1 that needs answering, or is that a?
Cara, so I guess if it depends on if there's any, I mean, if they concur with all of these, then they just adopt the ordinance, right? But if there's anything that they want to adjust, this is where they would adjust it. Is that correct?
That's correct. Each of the separate sections of the ordinance contain staff's recommended implementation date. And so if you want to vary that, then we would just adjust the ordinance accordingly.
Okay, and just a general question on varying of those dates. For many of those, it will not be just an impact on us. It would also require green waste to change things that they're doing and businesses to get different service levels and so on. And so that's why you've set these dates in here, is because essentially it's not very plausible to do any of this faster. Is that roughly correct?
Yes, I mean, originally Cara and I were discussing January 1st, 2023, but given the time that it's going to take to implement the Recyclist Program Tracker and green waste to, you know, and us to evaluate the different accounts, we thought that July 1st was a better date, a more reasonable date.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with
We-
that,
We also have some general concurrence from Green Waste that these implementation dates would not trigger a contract amendment from them.
okay, great. Any council comments on any of these things, or is everybody happy with things the way that Brandy and Cara have drafted them up?
I would,
Yep.
I'm comfortable with the timeline. I think I would be comfortable. In fact, I will move to approve the ordinance as written and adopt this timeline.
We'll second that.
Moved by Jeff, seconded by John. Any further discussion? No. Cara, could you call, not Cara, Sharon, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Yes.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Okay, thank you for all your work on this, Brandy and Cara.
Thank you.
I know
Thank
that
you.
there's a lot there.
And if I can, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your comments earlier in welcoming Brandy back. Brandy's been working in a part-time role on very specific projects for the town. And we're working with Brandy to continue that relationship into the next fiscal year. So we hope to have more to announce on that as part of our budget discussions in June.
Okay, well, and we'll see you again, Brandy.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
All right, take care, Brandy.
Okay, with that, we are on to item 13, an update and discussion on the housing element process. And my water glass is empty, so I don't know if anybody else would like to take a quick 3 to 5 minute break before we get engaged on this one. It's going to probably be a longish item. I see a bunch of nods, so why don't we adjourn then for 5 minutes and we'll be back at 8:52. It's like Jeff is reconnecting audio. He should be here shortly. We'll wait for Jeff. There he is. Okay. We will reconvene the meeting then and move on to item 13, the housing element update. Laura, good evening.
Hi, thanks. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council and residents. For anyone that doesn't know me, I'm Laura Russell, Planning and Building Director. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And I am joined this evening by Adrian Smith, the town senior planner, and also by Cara Silver. Okay, hopefully that looks okay to everyone.
Yep.
So this evening, we're going to give you an update on the housing element, the work program, the timeline, and talk about resources in order to move forward with the process. So first, here's the key topics that we're going to be talking about. We're going to talk about the components of the complete housing element update. Cara is going to talk about the consequences of non-certification. Then I'll give an update on the town's process so far, what's been happening with the ad hoc housing element committee, and then talk about the next steps in terms of the work plan and the timing. So I wanted to start with this. I didn't spend a lot of time on making a lot of fancy graphics, but I wanted everyone to understand that this is complicated. We're working on the safety element and the housing element at the same time, concurrently. And there's elements of that safety element process that are feeding into the housing element. And then there'll be parts of that that feed into the zoning code. And then the housing element is implemented through the zoning code as well. And then we have to do environmental review under CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, on all of those things all together at the same time in order to complete everything. And all of those different steps have their own requirements in state law and as well as in local code. So we're trying to weave all these different pieces together. And you see a little asterisk here that says the zoning code is possible to do it later, but there are implications. And we're going to be talking a fair amount about that. So looking at each of these major components related to the housing element specifically, we have learned a lot about HCD review, and this is housing and community development. This is the state department that reviews our housing elements and sets out all of the guidance when we do this type of work. We've learned a lot from different regions. We heard a little bit from the town lobbyist earlier today about the very few number of housing elements that are getting certified in some of the regions that came before the Bay Area. So new information is coming into us all the time since we started this process. We know now that we can expect more than one round of review. So in other regions, 2 or even 3 rounds of review is very common. And we know that we can't rely on informal or expedited review. So in previous housing element cycles, HCD made commitments to do expedited reviews if you had met certain expectations, and that's no longer on the table. In fact, they've increased their time to review things while not increasing our time. So this is the latest information about the housing element timing. This is just for the housing element. So I wanted to point out some key milestones for everyone's consideration. So this is working backwards, if that logic works for you. We're talking about housing element certification is supposed to be completed on January 31st of 2023. And there's been a lot of conversation about a 120-day period that happens after that. And the question is that a grace period? What does that mean? How can we think about that? So we've talked to a lot of people and thought it through, and the best practice is that we should not think of it as a grace period for our use. We really should think of it as a time for HCD to review a second draft, kind of like a final draft of the housing element. So that means we need to have public meetings, particularly Planning Commission and Town Council meetings in October and December of this year, which means then working backwards, the first HCD review of the draft housing element would happen between late June to late September is their review period. We don't know the level of detail of the comments that we're going to get back from them, but what we're hearing is we do expect to get comments back. We think during that time period, we think they'll likely honor their commitment there. There's also a new requirement this cycle that requires a 30-day public review period plus a 10-day response period. I think this was really added to address the communities that don't do a lot of public outreach to make sure that there was a designated outreach period. For us, this is a little bit redundant since we've been working with the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee for months already. Nonetheless, we're required to do it. And so that really means that we have to have a full draft housing element ready to start that formal public review in May of this year, just a couple months away. So now thinking a little bit more about the zoning code amendments that go with the housing element update. So this gets pretty technical, so bear with us, but we thought this level of detail is necessary for the council and the public to understand. In the past practice, in past element cycles, the typical process was if you needed to do zoning code amendments, you would do those after the housing element adoption. But that didn't always work out, and cities and towns didn't always do their code amendments in a timely fashion. And so the state has changed the laws that really discourage people from doing that. And so they've created prescriptive zoning requirements that apply specifically to the projects that have lower income units. So the projects that have low or very low income units, that's what people are referring to as lower income in this terminology. And for those particular projects, if you do the zoning after housing element adoption, all of those sites need to be rezoned. They need to be listed in the sites inventory of the housing element, and they must allow for a minimum of 20 units per acre. And that's referred to as the default density. So that minimum of 20 units per acre is important. then those sites must be large enough to accommodate 16 units under the rezoning. So if you have smaller sites, you actually have to increase the density per acre to make sure that all those sites can fit 16 units. And that's because they think that that's the project size where projects become more financially feasible. So that's why we understand they've chosen that number. And then the other thing that's important for the town is those projects would be considered by right if the project has 20% or more of the units are affordable to the lower income households. So then what does by right mean in this context? It's very similar to we've talked to for ADUs and SB9 units, but different state laws use different language. It's challenging to keep everything straight. But the basic idea is no conditional use permit, no planned unit development. The project would not be subject to CEQA, and you can only do design review based on objective standards. So we could not do our normal ASCC subjective design review if it's one of those projects that's 20% affordable or more. Subdivisions are different and can still have discretionary review. So that could include, in some cases, like condominium subdivision for ownership units. That's our understanding of the situation. And these rules that I've just been discussing are in place for the whole housing element cycle. So for 8 years, there'd been a question of if they're just in place until the rezoning is done, and the answer is no. These stay in place for the 8-year housing element cycle. So thinking about the implications of those requirements, if the zoning amendments are done after January 2023. So we would have less control over projects that are for low or very low income residents. Those lower income projects would have a minimum density of 20 units per acre. And so the example we gave in the staff report, if there's a 20 unit apartment project that came in under these rules and you had 16 market rate units and 4 lower income units, there would be a by right review with no CEQA. Our town committees would not be allowed to review for subjective things, but we could have objective standards that may be applied. So there's been some discussion about creating checklists for these types of developments by our committees. So we could do that as long as it was objective and consistently applied. Market rate projects could still have discretionary review, but there are other housing laws that come into play. So there's some limitations under other housing laws, but we could still have a discretionary review process on projects that are market rate or less than 20% affordable. So up until this point, the town has been proceeding under the assumption that the rezoning should happen by January 2023, consistent with the philosophy of trying to maintain local control. But the interpretation of the laws has been evolving. And so what we're presenting to you this evening is our best information. And honestly, people did not understand the laws this well 6 months ago when we started this process. So we didn't understand the implications of doing the zoning either now to be completed by January 2023, or considering doing the zoning later after the housing element is completed. So the current work plan that we have and the current consultant scope that we have includes really minimal changes to our zoning code. And based on how the process is going so far, staff thinks that it's likely not going to be sufficient based on our current knowledge and the way that the public process is going and the way that the ad hoc housing element committee work is going. So the best description I can give, I think that will resonate with people, is to say some of the other code amendments that you've seen the town do related to ADUs or SB9 units, where we do that in-house. Through Kara's office, jointly with my office, we were going to do kind of that level of work. So technical, competent, but not extremely detailed, not as comprehensive, not without a lot of graphics, not a lot of illustrations and options to be able to show people. So this is a different kind of code amendment than what we've done before. So one of the questions for the town council this evening is whether completion of the code amendments by January 2023 is still a critical priority. So now turning to environmental review, CEQA has its own process and all of its own timelines and requirements that we're trying to weave together with the other aspects of it. There's, as the council knows, but it may be new to the residents, there's specific types of analysis that you have to undertake under CEQA in different category areas. And CEQA implementation is guided by three things: state law, state guidelines, and by case law, because that's the way that CEQA is enforced, is through legal action. So there's a lot of art and a lot of science involved in CEQA implementation. In order to complete the CEQA review for this process and stay on schedule, we have to begin in April in earnest. We've been doing some preparatory work, but we really have to begin the significant analysis, and there's really no way to expedite that work. We've talked to our consultants and they've given us the best possible schedules that they can offer us. I also wanted to note that if there's significant changes to the scope of the analysis, that could mean that the CEQA document would not be completed in time. So we do need to have what we refer to in the field as a stable project description. We need to know what we're studying so that we can study it and finish in a timely fashion. So going back a little bit, the council may recall that we started a contract with Urban Planning Partners, who was our lead consultant for this work. And it didn't include the full CEQA review at that time because we didn't know what the level of CEQA review was going to include. It was very hard to create the budget and the detailed scope. We did start early with one significant piece related to VMT, and that's vehicle miles traveled. And that's the way the traffic analysis is done now. That is in and of itself a detailed conversation that we'll be having along the way. So I'm not going to go into details tonight, but I can take questions if anyone would like to ask questions about that. But it really has helped us on our timeline. We started that back in December with our technical group and with Kara's office and mine. So now's the time that we need to plan for the full analysis and adjust the scope of work and the budget in order to do that. So the budget that we have, it's attached to the staff report, is $153,000 approximately, and staff also recommends a contingency for that. This budget is a little bit higher than we expected. We expected it to be more around 130, but the scope is a little larger than what we initially thought it was going to cost. And what we've decided with the consultant team is that we need to study a few more options, given the way that the public process is going for the site's inventory. So this budget item is required for completion of the housing element on time. So this is not really an optional thing for the council to consider, but really something that we have to do. We are planning on doing a mitigated negative declaration. It's called an MND. That's the type of document under CEQA. If the scope increases through the course of this, and it turns out that an EIR is required, or if we find impacts that we didn't expect and an EIR is required, then the result of that is we will not finish in time to meet the state deadline. So now I'll turn it over to Kara to talk a little bit about non-compliance.
Thank you, Laura. So when we talk about housing element compliance, we typically look at two different phases. We look at the adoption of the housing element and the planning process for adopting that document. And then we also look at the build out or the implementation of the housing element. And what has happened historically is that traditionally, there were only penalties and consequences for not planning for appropriate housing units or not submitting a housing element to HCD for certification. There was never, until very recently, any consequences for failing to build the units. The housing element process was always considered a planning tool, and there was no ramifications by the state in the event that local agencies failed to actually build those units. That has changed at the state level. And so now there are consequences for failing to actually comply with the housing element as well. So that is a big change. The second change that we're starting to see is the types of penalties are ramping up, and they are being assessed at different stages in the housing element planning process. So the first set of penalties that we see is the penalty associated with failing to rezone with the housing element adoption. And Laura talked about that a little bit earlier, and what the housing element, what HCD would like to see is that all of the rezones are done at the time that the housing element is adopted. And that is a better enforcement mechanism for them. So if those rezonings are not performed within or in conjunction with the housing element adoption, then they must be done within 3 years of the adoption. Also, if they are not done concurrently, then the town must have zoning that permits by right all projects containing at least 20% affordable units. And affordable is defined as low or very low. Third, all of the rezoned sites that are rezoned after the housing element must have a minimum default density of 20 units per acre, and they must accommodate 16 units. Now, this is significant because if the zoning, the rezoning is done before the housing element is certified, there is more flexibility in terms of the density that is allowed. So for instance, you could have a zoning ordinance that allows for a zoning range of 1 to 20 units. And so we've heard that residents are concerned about being required to build denser units under the zoning code. And that is the case if we were to delay the zoning until after the housing element, then we would have to designate a minimum default density of 20 units per acre. However, if the zoning is done beforehand, we have more zoning tools that would allow more flexibility as long as the zoning allowed up to 20 units per acre. It would be satisfactory. Yes, Councilmember Alst, do you have a question?
Yeah, so just to be clear, when you say they must be rezoned with a minimum default densities, somebody could come in this scenario, if we don't rezone, someone could come in and build 30 or 40 units per acre. Is that, am I reading that correctly?
No. So there, the way it would work is that on our inventory, we would have to designate what the minimum density is going to be. And from a state direction standpoint, that minimum density that the town designates must be at least 20. And if we wanted to designate more, then we could. And if we designated in the inventory, or we created a program for 30 units, then if we did, then a developer could build 30 or 40 units if the town had designated that in the program.
So this is really the opposite of what we normally think is a zoning limit. It's not, it's the floor of the minimum. So if you have a half-acre lot and you submit a proposal that says, I want to build 8 units, it would be rejected because you need at least 10.
Right, exactly.
So
yes.
You got it. So all rezoned sites, you can't have low density development on any zoning that is done after the housing element is submitted.
Correct. You have to have if you want that particular site to count for your low and very low income housing, it has to have a floor of 20 units per acre.
But if
Okay.
they- but if it
it's
was-
not all rezoning. Okay, well, maybe we should move on, Jeff, and
Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
further questions
Yeah.
after. Let's
Yeah.
like get through.
And it is an important distinction. We're happy to come back to it, but it is one of the primary reasons why staff is recommending that the zoning take place before the housing element is certified. This distinction between minimum zoning floor. And then finally, mixed uses are also discouraged under if you zone after the housing element is certified. Another phase that the state law now provides penalties for is submitting a late housing element. If you submit a late housing element, then the rezonings must take place within 1 year. You recall from the previous slide, the rezonings that occur after the housing element certified normally must be done in 3 years. If the housing element is submitted late after that January 2023 date that Laura mentioned, then the rezonings must occur in 1 year. And then the final housing element set of consequences relate to what happens if the council just decides not to certify the housing element and does not submit a housing element to HCD at all. And that's where most of the attention has been focused on the penalties, and there are very severe penalties for that. And so we're seeing now that virtually every town and city and county ends up submitting their housing elements to HCD for certification because those penalties are so stringent. During the 5th cycle and the 4th cycle, we would see cities and towns just not submit the housing element and kind of run the risk of later being sued by a developer. But now that's virtually impossible because of the range of penalties. And these penalties include just a local resource impact where HCD requires that in the next cycle, the housing elements need to be submitted much more frequently. And so they put you kind of on a performance schedule where you need to do 3 housing elements in an 8-year period and instead of 1 housing element. We've talked about in the past that the state funding is no longer available for towns that do not submit housing elements. And our town does receive some state grants that could be jeopardized if we don't submit the housing element. And then the biggest penalty really is this loss of local control. What typically happens is a developer will file a lawsuit. The law also allows the Attorney General now to file a lawsuit, and the law also allows the Attorney General, or excuse me, allows HCD to retain a private lawyer to file a lawsuit on behalf of HCD if the Attorney General declines to file a lawsuit. We also have housing advocates who have standing to file lawsuits to enforce housing element compliance. In those lawsuits that are filed by a range of different people, we have seen that the courts can order the town to approve various housing projects. We've seen courts that have ordered the town to stop issuing building permits in the event that, or until a housing element is certified. That occurred in Pleasanton, where Pleasanton did not submit their housing element. the judge ordered all building permits, whether it be for a remodel or a repair of a single family home, all building permits were stopped until the city, in that case, prepared a certified housing element and submitted it to HCD.
Does that mean that no construction can happen, or all construction can happen? It just doesn't need a permit anymore.
No, construction is prohibited as well, because yes, under state law, you cannot do construction unless you have a building permit.
Gotcha.
And you know, practically speaking, we may see a lot of illegal construction going on if that scenario were to occur. We've talked again about the significant litigation costs. Generally, these types of lawsuits, you have to pay for the defense of the lawsuit, and then the housing advocate or developer in these cases almost always wins, where it's very difficult to defend this type of case. And then in that situation, if the housing advocate or developer were to win, then the town would also be responsible for the attorney's fees of the other side. And then most recently now, we have seen increases in the monthly penalties that the state can issue against town for not submitting their housing element in compliance with state law. Next slide. So the previous slide dealt with the penalties associated with the housing element process itself. Also, as I mentioned, there are significant consequences now that relate to not building or constructing the housing units that were planned in the housing element itself. And this is, as I mentioned, this is an area where, you know, that has changed recently. And we do want to caution you that this is an area that we expect to continue to evolve and change. We would expect to see more penalties coming down from the state in this particular area. It's the one area that still does not have a significant deterrent in place. And so I think that we can expect some legislation here as well. The way housing element construction is monitored by the state is that we need to submit an annual progress report to show the pro rata portion of the housing units that have been constructed that particular year, and the affordability of those particular units. And then if the town has not complied with either the lower income or the moderate income pro rata portion, then under SB 35, developers are given a right, again, this is a by right, to build particular projects. The type of project we've described in the staff report that is subject to SB 34 is typically an infill project. It has to meet a certain set of criteria, similar to the criteria that we saw in SB 9. And we don't think in Portola Valley that criteria can be met in very many cases. So currently, this is not, as I mentioned, a large deterrent for Portola Valley in terms of construction. But again, we do think that there will be increased penalties over time. And so it is something that we do want to emphasize. Also, the housing project that is subject to an SB 35 project must contain 20% affordable units. So that's another way that the state guarantees that there will be some affordable units constructed under a housing element. And now I will turn it back to Laura for the rest of the presentation. Or do you want me to take this slide?
I'll just go ahead. Thank you. We also wanted to talk about the flip side, right? Not always the consequences, but also the benefits. And so the council has indicated, their wish to comply with the state housing law. And there's been significant conversations around housing in the community for many years. The idea of creating inclusive communities with diverse housing options. There's a relationship here to the housing strategic plan in creating housing opportunities for the town's own residents, young people, seniors that wish to stay in the community, as well as the town's own workers. So we can see the connection there. And then it also sets the stage for critical funding. So here's some of the funding sources that come into place when you have a certified housing element. It's very hard to get any kind of state funding for anything anymore, or regional funding without housing element compliance. And it's really important too to talk about the positive, and maintaining more local control creates better planning results, especially in a community like Portola Valley with such diverse topography, geologic and fire safety conditions. Sorry about that. Okay, so now we're going to turn a little bit to the town process. Many of you are familiar with this, but I know that there's people that are new to the conversation here tonight, so a little bit of this may be repeat. The town formed the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee, and they've met 8 times every month, with 1 month off, and some months having 2 meetings each since August of 2021. So they're continuing to move forward. Their charge is to develop a certifiable housing element that complies with the state law and maintains the town values. So one of the things that's really critical to that committee's work is to recommend sites for the housing sites inventory. And this has specific definition in the law, but we should think of it as the list of properties, and it has to be specific, the exact properties with their addresses, APNs, and sizes of those properties that are suitable for residential development. And that can include the way the state law defines it, that can be vacant sites or non-vacant sites that have potential for redevelopment. The committee first discussed housing sites at its October 18th meeting, and then again on February 21st and February 28th. So for people that would like to catch up on that part of the conversation, all of those materials are online, including the agendas, the staff reports and memos, PowerPoint presentations, and Zoom recordings. So at the October 18th meeting, what we did was we had an analytical framework for that sites analysis, and we walked the committee through a series of maps that we already had. We talked about fire risk, geologic safety, and topography. And then we reviewed some site scenarios where we had looked at different areas of the land and thought about what are the constraints and the market feasibility of different approaches to the site inventory. At that time, the committee expressed support to continue analyzing 2 main scenarios that had the highest yield, the highest number of units that we thought could be created. So the one at the time we were calling scenario B, and that was increasing density in our commercial zoning districts, which are CC and AP, and in allowing residential where it wasn't allowed and increasing the floor area. And then the second scenario was allowing multifamily, creating a new zoning district along Alpine Road and Northwest Triangle areas. Then at the February 21st meeting, the committee reviewed a new series of maps. So we took our old maps and updated all of them into modern standards, into GIS for modern day mapping. And then we started to further refine the analysis of those scenarios that we were calling B and C. The committee supported ongoing consideration of both of those scenarios. They also requested that the Stanford-owned property that's referred to as Glen Oaks, the one on Alpine Road, also be studied as a potential site. Then at the February 28th meeting, there was a very large number of residents that participated, over 160 people, Our typical attendance is around 30, so that was a really big change. There was a really high volume of public comments in response to the housing site scenarios B and C, and that was mostly in opposition and expressing concerns about rezoning single-family homes, maintaining commercial businesses, and similar interests. So at that meeting, the committee discussion really culminated in 8 new items. So I'm kind of referring to this in the remainder of the presentation as the 8 ideas from the committee. So this is the summary of what the committee landed on in terms of what was going to be most practical to be able to generate units. So just briefly, to explore new sites, including El Mirador behind Town Hall and the Neely property. Number 2, study the potential for mixed use in the town's commercial zoning districts while still preserving businesses. Number 3, study the development potential of the 2 vacant parcels along Alpine, the one kind of right fronting on Alpine and the one kind of behind the businesses in Northwest Triangle. Number 4, explore an opt-in approach where property owners could volunteer for upzoning. Number 5, investigate dispersing the housing sites throughout the community. We talked about potentially an overlay zone, allowing up to 6 dwelling units per acre. Number 6, revisit the list of town-owned property for the development potential. So this is going back to the work of the town-owned property committee that finished their work in 2019, go back to that list and see if there's anything else that might work. Number 7, think about how to use the town's affordable housing funds to potentially provide incentives, maybe for multifamily or maybe for ADUs. And number 8, revisit the ADU process to see if any additional streamlining is possible. These are not in any particular order or of importance or priority. So at that meeting, a couple of things came together for staff and the consultant team, and we realized that we needed to pivot. We needed to pause for a moment and think, because we were bringing together a lot of different things. We were thinking about the latest information from HCD on the review process that had been coming out and forward to us. We have a key staff member that's going out on leave that we needed to be able to cover for. We're having really robust public participation, which is incredible, and we want to make sure we can continue to foster that. Then we had the work of the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee itself and their discussion on the 28th and their interest in looking at these 8 new ideas. And so we realized that the original schedule and budget could no longer be met if we were looking at all of those things together. So this is not an understatement when we put up our arms and said, what do we do now? So staff and the consultant team has been thinking about all of the different options to create the best possible path forward. So we had a series of meetings. We talked to our own consultant team. We reached out to other consultants. I met with numerous colleagues. I had 2 or 3 meetings with the other small towns in the county, Hillsborough, Woodside, Atherton. We talked to legal experts within our staff and outside of the staff. And the state laws are so new and so complex. What we learned is that there's a lot of different interpretations. And there's people working on very different processes in order to achieve this. So we tried to bring what we thought was the best of all of that together for the council to consider. So we have these new ideas. Those are the ones I just read out. They're also on red page 129 if anyone's tracking with the staff report at home and wants to follow it there. So we identified these options and the approximate cost to implement them. So here are the additional resources that we really think are critical for completion of the housing element. So first is augmentation of the budget with urban planning partners. And this is the number that includes the contingency. And so this would cover the leave of our staff member that's going to be out. It would cover the exploration of those 8 ideas from the committee, additional work associated with bringing the housing element all together, knowing how complex things have gotten, and then also enhanced coordination with HCD. That we think is going to increase our likelihood of being certified after 2 reviews. The second thing that we think is really critical for completion is to hire our own economic consultant. And in my conversations with them, the budget for that, for what we think we would need, could be as low as 15,000, but it is most likely right around 20,000. Could be up to 30,000. So probably kind of the middle of that range is the most likely based on our preliminary conversation with them. So this would give us a chance to do additional financial feasibility analysis. The consultant that we used before was a sub-consultant through 21 Elements, and they are not available to do any additional work for us. But this would give us more control over what we were studying. We're pretty sure they're going to be available, but as we've discussed, the scheduling is really tight. We do have another backup economic consultant that may be able to work for us if this one is not able to meet our exact timeline. I feel like my slides, I feel like something is missing. I'm sorry. Okay, so let me talk you through it. The next thing is related to the zoning code amendments. So the zoning code amendments, the slide that's missing here is what's in the staff report is the range is between $75,000 and $125,000 for a zoning code consultant. And there's the benefits that we think we could see from that are the fact that they have more graphic and illustration capability. They have architects and urban designers that are on their staff. Based on the way our process is going, we think that that might really serve the community to understand better what some of these housing products would look like and see some of the graphics. They also do work that's called a form-based code, and this is a type of zoning standards where you write more prescriptive standards about what the building's going to look like. So you control the building form more and you control the massing more than you would just with normal height and setback standards. Also, by bringing on the zoning consultant, that would open up space for urban planning partners to be able to shift and do some other work if the town needs it. All of urban planning partners work is time and material basis also. So if we don't need the money, we wouldn't have to use it. But this just gives us more flexibility to be able to increase the chances of finishing the zoning code amendments by the end of the year, if that's what the council would like to do. So then the slide is what do we get for that budget? So at the low end, around 75,000, we get the basic development standards. So that's like the massing of the buildings, the site design, setbacks, the adjacency to other buildings. So there's certain things you can do with zoning if two buildings are right next to each other to try to minimize impacts between those two buildings. They could look at some of this from a sustainability lens and consider any sustainability issues. And they could also do things like design standards that would help to minimize the third stories if there were multifamily buildings that had a third story. So at the low end, we would have some graphics that would be, I think, really helpful in illustrations by their urban designers and form-based code. At the high end, at the 125 end, we would have more graphics, more form-based code. We could have more detailed objective standards written by them. So we could, as we're going to have more by right development, more objective standards are helpful to maintain the expectations of the community. So some of those things could be zoning standards around mitigating privacy issues, really getting into details on materials, architectural details, facade articulation, some of the things that become important for multifamily buildings that the town hasn't really had to grapple with before. Again, the top end of the scope around $125,000, I imagine that being in two phases where the majority of the work to set the basic standards would be done at the end of this year so that we could adopt it with the housing element. And then some of the really detailed objective standards work would probably follow in 2023, early in the year, but we would have met the HCD state law requirements to have done our rezoning, the basic rezoning with the housing element. And then additional resources to consider This one is additional departmental staffing. And so with the complexity of the housing element update, it's really requiring extensive senior level resources. So the idea here is to add management analyst functions. This is not something the town has really had before, but most cities have management analysts. They are usually people with master's degrees that are generalists in local government, and they're the people that kind of move the ball forward on lots of different tasks. And so the idea here is to have someone to come in and assist in my department for approximately 3 months, which are going to be the really intensive months of the housing element process, to do things like contract amendments, reporting, grant administration, scheduling, and really bringing that project management approach into the department functions with so many things going on at once. So here's a table with the budget. So the first one, the CEQA review, this is really the full amount is required for completion. We don't really have any wiggle room here. The next one, Urban Planning Partners, is the $98,000 with contingency. Staff does recommend the full amount in order to have the best chance for completion. It includes reasonable analysis of the community's 8 ideas. It creates a little bit of a buffer for us so that if we need to adjust a little bit, we can. It doesn't cover any big changes. It covers what we think is going to happen from here until the end. Then economic feasibility, it may be possible to fall into the lower end. It depends on the scope, as I said. Then the zoning amendments between 75 and 125. This would not be necessary at this time if the council decides that the zoning amendments do not need to be completed by January 2023. We would need to undertake this work at some point. But you know, at that point, we could define a more specific, a very specific scope and budget. So this is a real judgment call for the council about how they wish this to proceed. So we're looking for your feedback and direction on this one. And then the last is the additional department staffing for $20,000. And I do recommend this based on our experience with the process so far. So the total in terms of the range of this is at the bottom of the screen, $376,000 up to $441,000. And we have not done a complete budget analysis for you, given the timeline and the fact that we needed to get something in front of you so that we could continue on with the process. But we expect that all of this would need to be funded by reserves. So these are the discussion questions that we'd like the council to give us feedback and direction on. So first is the overall timeline. You know, there are some communities that are taking a little bit riskier approach and being willing to risk time when they don't have a certified housing element. And we've understood the direction from council to be the timeline is very important, but we want to make sure that that's your continued direction. Then should the town continue to pursue the zoning code amendments for completion by January of 2023? Which are the resources that we've suggested to you should we pursue? And then do you have any other direction either for the ad hoc housing element committee or for staff as we're moving forward? So for example, any direction on the work so far, or any direction on the site inventory and that general approach that they're taking, or the 8 items that they've asked us to explore. So that's what we would like your feedback on. Also happy to receive any other comments or direction from you. One last thing just for members of the public. If you want to stay involved in this process, the best way to do that is to sign up for our e-notification system. And I know that this is small, it's just to illustrate that you're going to go to the community part of the website, stay informed, subscribe to town e-notices, and you're going to select housing and housing news. So that's the best way to stay up to date with this really important process. So that's a lot, and we tried to give you just what we thought you needed for tonight. There's a lot more to the story, but we're very happy to take questions. I'm here, Adrian is here, Cara is here. We're looking forward to your feedback and direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Laura and Cara. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. I know I have a lot. So let's begin with Mary Ann. You're on mute, Mary Ann.
I have about 7 questions. The first one is to Laura. Is it actually possible to complete the zoning code amendments by January 2023, even with the additional resources?
I believe today that it is possible. I want to be very honest with the council. It's going to be very challenging. But I think it's possible, and we will know a lot better how things are going in May when we need to be done with the draft of our housing element. So April and the beginning of May, like the next 6 to 8 weeks, are really critical for the timeline. But right now, I think it's possible.
And then what would you tell us will assure us to stay on track and make the deadline, or what will derail us? For both the element and the zoning, both.
So I think that things that could derail us would be if the ideas that the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee has created so far, I'm going to call them the 8 ideas, don't get us to the number of units that we need, or we can't reach consensus on how we should go forward. I would say that would be the thing that would be have the highest potential to derail us. What we imagine is once we've got more of that compiled, we want to have a community-wide meeting, and we'd probably want to have a check-in with the Planning Commission and the council as a joint meeting. So if we started to get off the rails, we would probably have to get into a joint meeting of the council and the Planning Commission and see where we were at.
All righty. Now, I've attended all the Housing Element Committee meetings, and I think it was, I can't remember which one, but you recommended only a few areas of town to be upzoned. Why did you choose to focus on just a couple areas of town rather than upzoning the entire town, or at the very least upzoning the 1 acre and larger properties?
So I'll start by saying it wasn't necessarily a recommendation from staff. Staff started this whole process by analyzing a number of different scenarios that we presented to the committee on October 18th. And they were really thought experiments. They weren't necessarily recommendations to explore different things. When that initial analysis came together with the safety maps that we created at the February meeting, it started to seem like the discussion was pointed towards those specific areas because of the safety considerations. So it was more how the process evolved than a particular recommendation. There were some other scenarios that we looked at in October that weren't, it's not that the committee said don't do it, it's that we were just seeing that there was potential higher unit yield with the other approaches, so we were just kind of following that train of thought. So there were some scenarios that would potentially increase density. There was actually a public comment that talked about reducing the lot sizes like down to 1 acre. So we ran a scenario that would increase the density throughout town so that it would still be 1 unit per 1 acre. We also looked at some other lot split scenarios. So those are some things we could still weave back into the process now based on how things are going. We also, in terms of your question about upzoning the whole town, it's not impossible, but it may not get us what we're really looking for, because what we need for the housing element is the site inventory, which includes a specific list of properties. So even if we upzone the whole town, we wouldn't have that specific list.
Got it. So you look, there was somewhere in the presentation you talked about zoning overlay. Can you explain what that means and how it would apply here?
Yeah, so when you have zoning, the common way is just to have like the base zoning district, and that sets the standards. Then sometimes you have a zoning overlay that sits on top of it. So the base zoning still exists, but you add something special on top. So an example would be a historic district. Maybe you would have a historic district overlay. You could have an affordable housing overlay. So it could be something that automatically applies under certain circumstances, or it could be something you could opt into if you elect to do something different. So an affordable housing overlay, for example, you might have properties where their base zoning stays the same, but if you wanted to do affordable housing, you could have a higher density. That would be an example of an overlay district.
Got it. Okay, then I think on the list of ideas, number 6 was revisit the list of town-owned property to see if there's any development potential. I was on that committee. I believe we met for 3 years. We had 40 properties originally, and maybe there were 5 or so that had potential, maybe even 6. So I'm assuming if you revisit, you're going to go back and you're going to look at the very large site up at Los Trancos across from Blue Oaks. You're going to look at Ford Field, and you're going to look at the Alpine Road remnant, correct?
We have not gotten into that level of detail. So we would be interested if the council wanted to provide direction on the road remnant, since you have provided previous direction related to open space. But on the other sites, you didn't provide back in December of 2019, you didn't say expressly pursue it, but you didn't say, you left a couple as neutral. So the first 2 you left as neutral, and the road remnant you expressed should be open space.
Okay. And the ADU question, I believe that you said at the last meeting that there is a certain ceiling on ADUs that HCD is going to accept. And it was something like our historical number plus 20%, something like that. Was that correct?
That's approximately correct. So the way that they want us to calculate or project our ADUs into the future is to take our past few years and average them and project that forward. If we want to add to that number beyond our past performance, we have to make a really strong case for it. And we've been advised that with a strong case, we could maybe increase by maybe 10 or 20%. But we've been advised that it's really unlikely that HCD is going to believe that we could dramatically increase ADU production, because the way that the state law has streamlined ADUs so much, it's going to be hard to convince them we could do a lot more. Now, we've talked about this. I think we can do a little bit more streamlining, and we probably could do more proactive ADU programs, but they're still only going to result, in a handful or a dozen extra units. It's not going to be tens of units or 100 units.
So in other words, ADUs are not going to be the answer. We are going to have to build some multifamily housing, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct. ADUs will not get us there.
Okay, and then my last question is the housing elements that are not getting certified in Southern California. Do you know why they're not getting certified?
The most common trend that I'm hearing is related to the fair housing requirements. So now we have a requirement to affirmatively further fair housing, which is to dismantle the physical patterns of segregation.
Mm-hmm.
And there's state guidance that came out. It came out after Southern California was already underway. So they did not have the benefit of the state guidance. So people in Southern California are getting a ton of comments on fair housing. So we have an advantage in that regard. The other thing that I've heard that's been challenging is that HCD has been giving in their first round of review fairly general comments and not really specific comments. So cities and towns have been having trouble responding to that first round of guidance and getting certified the second time around. So those are the common things. The other things seem to vary a lot by the different jurisdictions.
Thanks. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, through the chair, Marianne, I pulled up the chart that was produced by the Town-Owned Property Committee for its final essentially recommendations to the council. Would you like me to pull that up just for a moment so everyone can take a look at it? Okay, great.
Would just love to relive those days.
Can everyone see my screen? I apologize. I know it's a little small, but I wanted to make sure that you could see the totality of it first. On the left is the names of the 4 properties that were essentially the final properties as reviewed. A number of different criteria were examined, just to point out some of the more important ones, within transportation, near sewer, whether anything could be built quickly. Legal issues is obviously very important.
Jeremy, do you mind if I interrupt real quick and just ask, it's very hard to see. Can you at least read what these 4 properties are, or
Sure.
the Zoom might help too? Sorry.
No worries at all. I'm sorry. I knew this was going to be a little bit of an issue. So I'll just do this and bear with me as I scroll a bit. There's 4 town center, which resulted in a sketch prepared by one of the members of the committee at the time, with just a few units where the substation exists. This did not look at replacing any of the open space or recreational amenity at the site. The second was the Alpine Road remnant property, Alpine Road property adjacent to the Frog Pond, known as a road remnant. That was also the same committee member made a sketch of about 11 units that subsequent council action has that is open space. Third is the subdivision in Blue Oaks. This is an issue from a legality standpoint. It was not apparent to us, including the town attorney, whether or not anything could happen there based on how the property was acquired and what it's supposed to be used for. Ford Field was the 4th. So this is the undeveloped portion. This is not the baseball field or the parking lot. Based on how it was acquired in the early 1970s, at least from a legal standpoint, there could be some opportunity to do some development there. Thanks for bearing with me. Sorry, it's so small.
Jeremy. Marianne, do you have any more questions?
No, I'm all done. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Jeff.
I just wanted to come back to the question I raised when Cara was speaking. And this was sort of the minimum densities. So I understand, and this is again, this is if we were to not if we do not zone as part of the housing element, do not rezone as part of the housing element, we are then this kind of limbo, I'll call it, where we would have to approve we have to rezone certain things. And the point I was making, as I think is correct, was that you have a 1 unit per acre lot somewhere in town. In this rezoning, you would have to you have to go straight to 20 units as your floor, but that 20 units per acre is not the ceiling. So if you had that half acre lot, Craig, you were talking about, and somebody came in and wanted to build 15 units on that lot, they could do that under this. I mean, we would actually have to, we would be creating a new floor, but it wouldn't be a ceiling on it. So a developer might very well come in and say, I really need to build 30 units per acre to make it pencil out. Could that happen in that situation?
Well, we would set a max in our zoning.
Yeah, we would want to set a minimum and a maximum.
So we can set a maximum.
Yes,
and
we can set a maximum, but the minimum has to be 20 in that scenario. So, but and the state law says the number can't be the same. So some cities are doing 20 to 25 units per acre, for example.
Okay. So it's not. Okay. Thank you.
But this idea of a minimum density is used in communities that already have many different multifamily districts. Minimum densities have become more common in zoning codes in the last 15 years or so. The way it used to be is that any multifamily district would allow anything from single family up until the maximum. But people wanted to encourage more intensity of development in certain places. So think like around transit, for example, you wouldn't want someone to build the lowest density. So that's kind of a way to think about it.
Yeah. And the economic analysis we're thinking about, it sounds like it's kind of a bespoke sort of local economic analysis. The Mullen default is the 20 units per acre. was that based on county-wide, or is that a statewide analysis? I thought that was based on our local county and economic analysis, but is that the Mullen default is actually statewide?
The default density, the Mullen density, is set by state law, and it's based on the size of the metropolitan area and the jurisdiction. So we're 20, some of our neighbors are 30.
So, you know, that customized economic analysis could find that because houses are so expensive here, that our Mullen default number is something more like 30 or 40. Is that a possibility?
I guess that's possible. We need to think about how we would study these properties and what information we're trying to get out.
Right.
I think we would want to rely on the state default densities mostly, right? And economic feasibility would be to supplement that and to study any other scenarios.
I agree. I think I 40 is more than 20. I hope we wouldn't find something that would push us higher on that range. But and then my other questions are just sort of procedural. You know, if we're going to push forward and try to have the draft element by May, what would you need from I'm thinking specifically the ad hoc committee would probably have to meet a few more times before that. Does that mean sort of 2 meetings in April and 2 meetings in May, or some timeline like that? I mean, and can you guys support that over the next 2 months?
This is very similar to the question I answered from Councilmember Derwin earlier.
Yes.
Is it possible? Today, I think it's possible. Is it gonna, it depends on what happens. We really have tried to line up the resources, both internal to my department and at Urban Planning Partners, to make the schedule. And we believe it's possible.
But it sounds like this next 2 months is actually maybe perhaps a bigger bottleneck than the CEQA or anything else between, say, May and December or January, or are they both just nightmares?
The biggest bottleneck is the next 6 to 8 weeks for the housing element and for the CEQA analysis. The fall will actually hopefully go smoother for us because we will have gone through this really big process right now.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's my questions for the moment.
Sarah.
Yeah, my questions were really around the process and sensing that these next 6 to 8 weeks are going to be critical, and how do we accomplish that within, the work that you guys need to do as staff with the consultants to vet out, these 8 ideas, and then also, to have enough time for the committee to meet and chime in on them. And so, we would definitely need to add, well, what are you thinking in terms of, what would be required in terms of additional meetings? Or do you think you guys would do the work with the staff and the consultants and kind of come back with a proposal based on those 8 ideas?
I think what Jeff said is probably right. I think we need 4 meetings probably of the ad hoc committee, maybe only 3. Thinking about trying to make them, it's really hard for everyone to go 6 hours, right? That was a tough one in terms of good public process and keeping people's concentration. So we would try to develop as much as we could between staff and consultants to address your ideas, bring them back to you, and kind of keep going. Like as we develop more, bring it back so that we could hopefully in about 3 meetings, bring the pieces together.
So kind of iterate over that period.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a really important part in order to be successful is really everyone will have to play their position.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll really have to coordinate exactly who's going to do what. So that includes, the council subcommittee, the chair of the ad hoc committee, our communications team, my team, the consultant team, because we're going to have to be really streamlined and really focused.
And then my next question relates to the town-owned properties. I wasn't at all involved in that, and I understand it was a very robust 3-year process. But from my perspective, when I hear about it, I'm thinking, well, that group or that process didn't have the benefit of the information in the situation that we're in today. And so I guess my question is, what is the current thinking about, the opportunities that we really could narrow down on quickly with respect to the town-owned properties? And I guess what I'm wondering is, should we only be considering those 4? Again, I have no experience with what you guys did back in, 2019 and the years preceding that. But I'm just wondering if there's, parcels or town-owned property beyond that list of 4 that, with the information we have now, that you think should be reconsidered or could be reconsidered.
Laura, may I take that question? Through the chair, and I will share my screen again. I think this is a good question. I'm sorry, hold on just a second. Okay. So this was a map that was developed during that process. I believe this was the most up-to-date map at the time, and I'll just kind of scroll through. The majority of the properties that the town currently owns outside of what I would call developed properties, so recreation, town administration, the library, and others, are sort of a goofy mix. Some of them are left over from development that was impossible. So there's a couple sites like up in here in Escobar that it could not have been developed. That's especially true in certain places up in the Highlands area. A good example of this is stretches of land that we have along Alpine Road that really basically right of way or completely isolated. So, my sense, Marianne, you may want to chime in, my sense that the committee did a pretty thorough job really concentrating on those sites that really had development opportunity. They did not discuss the current playing fields, and they did not discuss those sites that Nathorst, the park at Nathorst, Triangle Park, a few other places. You certainly didn't, consider the Frog Pond, and consider a few other spots that appear to now start to be becoming part of the discussion, at least publicly. There was never any consideration for Zotz, for instance. That was taken off the list immediately. Hope that helps.
Yes, that does help. And obviously there's certain parcels that are either, for fire risk or evacuation slope, size, what have you, that I would assume, just looking at this little map, that, we would not even consider. But I guess, given the limited time we have, what could be approached to kind of revisit this in a quick way of the ones that do make sense, and perhaps, again, because this is not necessarily my, what I'm trying to do is represent what I'm hearing from people. And, I'm hearing from a lot of people, if we're considering, private properties, we should be considering all town properties. So that includes fields. And I know, it's difficult for people to stomach, because my understanding is that was a really tough process, 3 years ago. But I'm just trying to kind of get that out there, because I know we'll have to be making these decisions quickly to meet this timeline.
One thing, Jeremy, I would say is I believe that the committee actually went through a couple iterations of whittling the list down from the list of 40 odd properties, Jeremy, that you just put up on the map. I think there was an intermediate list of 15 or 16 where, or I forget what the number was, might have been a dozen, where all of the ones that, Sarah, you were talking about, where they're just rule them out immediately, because they're at a cliff, or there's a creek that's, it's running down a creek bed, or all the ones they're just unbuildable essentially were eliminated. And then there was a shorter list of, I want to say, about a dozen. And then from those, some of those had legal questions that were then answered as, oh, that's also unbuildable for legal reasons. So the final list of 4, I believe there may be 1 or 2 properties from the sort of shorter list of 12 that might be reconsiderable, but I think most of those were removed for really quite specific reasons that were not just, oh, it's a soccer field, but there could be, for example, town center is on there, and the town center includes several of our fields. Obviously, we've got Rosati's and Ford Field as well. So it wouldn't be a huge number probably if we were to look at it.
No. And I'm happy to, I mean,
it might be 6 instead of 4.
right. And I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I was gonna say, I staffed this, so I'm happy to lend any assistance to the planning and building director and looking through this. I want to say something very specifically about this process. The town-owned property committee discussions were explicitly in part about site selection to support the housing element that was coming up. That was absolutely part of what was considered during all this, that this map would essentially be available during that process. That is a little different than recommendations, if you will, right? That came out of the committee. But, I think what you're suggesting, Sarah, a good use of staff time, and I'm happy to help out with it.
Yeah, and even if that were the case, I think the appreciation for, this ring around is, I'm just going to assume, is different now than it was in 2019. And we know the regulations and the severity of the consequences and all of that has changed. So I guess also when we also have had a lot of dialogue about fire and evacuation and that kind of thing. So when I hear about Blue Oaks, that seems, would that fit the criteria? Because I know, for instance, Laura, your first couple maps were really all about constraints for risks, fire, evacuation, seismic. So
I'm happy to take this too, Laura. Yeah. Okay. That site, although it sort of remained as on the list, if you will, there were a significant number of people who came primarily out of the Los Trancos with severity community who were very concerned about evacuation.
Right, I would think.
It is a constrained site given its location next to a creek and its slope. So its opportunity, and it had legal issues. We sort of reached a point where we didn't think that, we could have a conversation with the HOA, but we didn't think that would be a successful conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyhow, I guess this is this kind of conversation. It's like, how do we try and efficiently, given how hard it was to even get through that process a couple of years ago, we clearly are going to have a fraction of the time to kind of revisit this. And so I guess I'm just kind of thinking out loud about how do we do that to be able to assure that we are including the viable options of town properties in the process. So.
I think that safety constraints maps that we created are an important part of that.
Right, I would think so.
Because I think that direction from the council has been really clear to make this plan as safe as possible.
Right.
So we've got all of that in the GIS system, and we can map anything, you know what I mean, against those constraints maps. So that's quick for us to do.
Right. And so I guess a comment then going into it is when we're looking at the town-owned properties, again, not necessarily, this just based on community feedback is town-owned properties, including fields that work within the constraints map. I would assume that those would have to be in consideration. Jeff?
Yeah, about the fields. And there have been several public comments to the effect of why aren't we considering fields?
Right.
I'm going to have to defer to staff on this, but I believe that when if we were to do that, if we were to plow Ford Field or Rosati's Field, it would have a CEQA consequence because it's elimination of parkland, and I believe it might push us from MND into a full EIR, and MND could be a few months, and full EIR, I believe, would be over a year. That is, I mean, that's a serious concern. And Cara, Laura, correct me if I've got that. What do you think about that? That's my understanding. Is that right?
I think the concept is right. We would have to look at that really closely.
Okay.
That's a perfect. That literally was my third question: is what does trigger MND to an EIR? Just generally speaking.
So CEQA is not so simple as that. I wish that it was. But every topic area in CEQA has its own threshold. And so they're called thresholds of significance. And these words mean things in the CEQA world. And so the level of impact is related to that proposed project or program compared to that threshold. And all the thresholds are different. So we look at all the different CEQA topic areas and we see if any of those push past the thresholds, and to what degree, and if the level that they push past can be mitigated. So that's why we're thinking we will do a mitigated negative declaration, because if we find any potential impacts, we will be able to mitigate them, which is common for this type of environmental document, because we have control over so many things so that we can mitigate things.
Okay.
There are dozens of tripwires, and I happen to know a tiny bit about one of them. So that's for perspective.
Well, and if I may say something that I think is worth mentioning, and I think it's on everyone's mind in participating in the meeting. A conversation about the conversion of the town's fields would generate significant opposition from groups who have perhaps not yet participated in this discussion. And it, I mean, I can think of some general plan issues. I can think of a variety of things that would get triggered as we start that conversation. That does not mean we shouldn't have it, but you know, regardless of the way that we approach it, it is very likely that we would, you know, see that commentary, if you will.
I appreciate that. It is on the list of the 8 ideas list, though.
Yep. No. Any more questions, Sarah?
No, that's it. Thank you.
John.
Yeah, no, I actually don't. It was a great series of questions. All of mine have been answered in the interim, so thank you.
Okay, I have a number. I have some that kind of go through in order of the staff report that I made notes in the margin on the staff report, and then I have some more that have come up tonight. So they're going to be in semi-random order, but I'll try and keep them coherent and eliminate the ones that have already been answered. But I do have quite a few. The first one is on red page 127. There are two of the goals of the many goals of the 6th housing cycle are affirmatively furthering fair housing. And that is described as at least partially involving affordable housing not be located in one particular area. And then the very next section is the Mullen default density that concentrates lots of housing all in one area. And in a larger town, those two wouldn't be in conflict because you could spread your Mullen density over a lot of area. And if you have enough affordable housing requirement, then, you know, you could have several apartment buildings spread all over town. But in Portola Valley, where, you know, a handful of 20-unit buildings would satisfy a lot of our need, how do those two interplay? How does the fairly high density requirement of the Mullen number interplay with not concentrating all the affordable housing in one place?
Okay, great question. Thank you. When we've thought about it a lot. Okay, so I'll answer in kind of a couple different parts. Most communities have different neighborhoods, and in our regional planning world, there's a category called high resource. Mm-hmm. And imagine it is in everyday language, it's like nice place to live. It's got good schools, it's got good amenities, it's high resource. Okay. Most cities, not our towns that are in our county, but most cities have some areas that are high resource and some that are not.
Yep.
So you don't want to concentrate all of your development in areas that are low resource.
Got it.
Because that reinforces certain development patterns and segregation.
Okay, so the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirement to not locate in one particular area kind of doesn't matter in Portola Valley, because anywhere we put it in Portola Valley is high resource and would be satisfying this affirmatively furthering fair housing requirement.
That is our understanding. And we did talk to HCD staff when they came for the site visit with us to just run this past them. And they said they acknowledged that our context is different in terms of these two concepts.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, next question. So this is really around the timing of potential rezoning and the development of zoning code. And I have a couple of these, and maybe I'll try and roll them into one-ish question, hopefully. You talked about the penalties that we would face if we did not implement zoning changes alongside submission of the housing element, or in time with the housing element being submitted. Do we have an option potentially, and I'm not advocating for this, I'm just asking whether it's technically feasible, whether it would be technically compliant, to do something like what we intended to do with SB 9, which is temporarily create an ordinance that is really quite restrictive. So temporarily create a zoning code that technically has the minimum and maximum densities that will comply with the housing element that we put forward, but with an intention to revisit that zoning code subsequently. So in other words, we put in place a temporary zoning that we have constrained as much as we can to try and prevent in the near term a developer coming in and building something we don't want. But then over the subsequent year or 2 or 3 or whatever we lay out as a program in our housing element, we revisit that zoning code and loosen its restrictions to something that's more suitable, where we add in all of the discretionary or non-discretionary objective standard reviews that we want to put in. We really take our time to think about what we want the zoning to actually be, but we put in a temporary placeholder that technically meets the requirement of having done the zoning changes in time for the housing element submission. Is that something that is conceivable, or am I completely crazy?
It'd be something if I said you were completely crazy, right? Okay,
I've heard
you
it
are not
before, so you'd not
completely
be the
crazy. I think it is technically possible. But that zoning code would still have to be pretty well developed that we were putting in by January of 2023. Because we likely could receive scrutiny on it from potential developers and from housing advocates. You know what I mean? And kind of being disingenuous by saying our housing element allows housing, but our zoning code doesn't really.
Yeah, no, I mean, my proposal would be not to make it clear what our plan is, that we will be to have a specific program in the housing element to revisit and revise the zoning code. So it's very clear that we do not intend this to be permanent, that it's a technical placeholder to satisfy the requirement of having the zoning in place at the time the housing element is submitted. But it gives us the opportunity to take a little bit longer to do it right and not have to cram in, with that flow chart that you had at the beginning with all the arrows where, the CEQA process can't really happen fully until the zoning code, we know what we're doing. And so if we can create a really simple zoning code that is fairly prescriptive, which might make the CEQA compliance part of it a lot easier, but there's a program in the housing element to revisit that, then we can revisit it at our leisure as opposed to under this time crunch. So that was a question that doesn't necessarily need a further answer, but just an idea to put in your head.
There's only one caveat that I want to mention from a legal perspective is that if you were thinking that maybe what we do is we adopt kind of a broad overlay zone that says that all RE properties will be allowed to go up to 20 units per acre, and then over time we revisited that and took out certain areas of a town where we didn't want to increase that density. So we essentially upzoned a large swath and then strategically went in and downzoned. There could be some limitations to our ability to downzone under the Housing Accountability Act. So that would be the one legal constraint. But I don't think that's where you're coming from. I was
more thinking, with our SB 9 implementation ordinance, we kind of set the square foot limits to be something smaller than we thought, potentially over the next 5 or 10 years, we might allow people a little bit more square footage under SB 9. But we wanted to
more liberal.
We wanted to make it less likely that on January 1st, somebody would come in with an application that we didn't want, but it gives us time to think about it properly rather than rushing it. And I don't, this would be for whatever zoning code changes we want. I'm not, whether it's the R3 or 20 unit minimum or something to be Mullen compatible, or it's just tweaking R1 or whatever else we might be doing as part of the housing element.
What I envision is like developing objective standards.
Exactly.
after
So, or
the
those sorts of
timeframe.
things. Yeah. Okay, then let's see. Next, topic red 130. This was the 8 ideas, just some questions about the 8 ideas, since I wasn't at that meeting. For the number 4, the opt-in approach, was there any direction as to what that means? Would that mean that then each parcel would be individually, separately, potentially zoned, depending on whether the owner opted in or not? And does that mean, do you get one chance to opt in, and once you've opted in, that's it, you're in? Or can you opt out again, or can you opt in later? I'm not, is there any more that the committee was sort of asking there, or was it as open as?
Yeah, I'm happy to shed
questions
light
were-
on this one. This was the sense that, and we wanted to, for private residents, single family properties, we wanted to solicit people to see if they would like to opt in for rezoning, so that we could take approach where we would not do any rezoning unless somebody had opted in.
And that's really around a minimum amount of minimum density, because if your minimum density is 1, then you opt in by just not building more than a single family home. This would be if you had a minimum density of more than 1.
This I was assuming would be the 1 to 20 that we had been discussing. Yeah. And so anyhow, yeah, I did have a follow-up question for Laura about that too, just the mechanics of how this opt-in approach could work in this, compressed timeline.
Yeah, I mean, it may be that it's more a question for the housing committee and not for us. I was just curious what the housing committee had talked about so far on that, and whether they had more direction or whether it's fairly open-ended.
It was more just the essence of that to enable it to be opt-in versus otherzoning.
Okay.
I think I'd say there was a hope that maybe there'd be a handful of homeowners who would come forward and say, yeah, I'll agree to upzoning when I dispose of my property. And it would solve this question of not having to force upzoning on people. I think that was sort of, maybe people would agree to that.
Got it.
Some people would perceive it as having more value, not all, some.
Okay. And then number 5, for the overlay zone, for increasing the maximum density to, for example, 6 per acre, is there a reason for doing that as an overlay zone as opposed to just a separate zoning designation? Is it because 99% of the zoning would be the same as R1, and so all you're changing is saying you can do up to 6 and maybe something about a PUD or CUP if you trigger something, but it's large, it's so much similar to R1 that you wouldn't create a separate zone, because then anytime you changed R1, you'd also have to remember to go change it over in this other section.
It's about maintaining the things that work about the code and maintaining people's kind of like sense of connection.
Got it.
Really to the existing code, and keep things in place, and then add an option on top.
Okay, thanks. And then
Because it may not be in all areas. We want to look at the safety constraints maps.
Yeah. Okay, and there may be other considerations like HOA rules and other things as well to overlay, to where the overlay zone might go. I get that. Okay.
And I think we started with 2 acre properties and larger, and then I think we started thinking about maybe 1 acre and larger as another screen for those. Yeah.
Okay. Bottom of 131. Let me see. This is about zoning code amendments and timing and the penalties. Let me see. I may have some of these are probably answered already. Oh yeah, just to follow into what I was asking earlier, to what degree are we at all locked into the zoning code that we have in place on the day that the housing element is submitted, if we do it beforehand. I mean, are we, presumably we can change our zoning code anytime we want, as long as those code changes are compatible with state law and our general plan as it stands at the time. So anything we overlook in our original creation of the zone, whether we follow my plan of create and then revise, or whether we do it the normal way of getting it right the first time. I mean, we continue to be able to modify our zoning code anytime we want through the normal zoning code amendment process, right? We would not be unduly, there's no extra burden that the state's going to impose in this RENA cycle that we haven't had in previous ones for zoning code updates.
No, not beyond what we've talked about. The town could always amend its own code. It would have to be consistent with the new housing element because it has to be consistent with the general plan. It could always be more permissive. You're going to have trouble if it's more restrictive. We'd have to really look closely at anything that would be more restrictive.
Okay. I circled on the next page the words "if at all possible," and I don't remember why. There's no text note, so maybe I'll remember as I keep going. Let's see, objective design review. So for the objective design review criteria, again, this is related to the timing. If we create the zoning code by January 23, but we haven't finalized objective design criteria, checklists, or whatever other specific technical details might be referred to from that zoning code, would the state consider that we have our zoning code implemented yet or not?
We would have to adopt it. So we would have to.
We'd have to adopt a temporary checklist, not say a checklist that may be published later.
No, you could do a checklist that would be published later. So the basic development standards that implement the housing element would be like density, height, setback, like the basic building massing. That would have to be done by January 2023. And then we could continue that work and develop the objective standards and all the checklists in the following months. That would not be a problem. We just have 2 adoptions. So we'd have to go through Planning Commission and Council 2 times. But I think phasing the work like that is probably the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, the more we can push into 2023 and not have to do before January, the more likely we'll get the stuff we absolutely need to get done in January by January. And would that, if we did that and we created the zoning, but we hadn't yet published the checklist, would a developer be able to submit an application or not?
A developer would be able to submit an application consistent with our housing element and whatever zoning we had in place. So if we didn't yet have objective standards, we were only working on them, they wouldn't have to comply with them.
Even if the zoning says must comply with the checklist, which will be published later, if it's not yet published, then it would be as though it was a blank checklist.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Okay, with respect to CEQA, there's some comments. If we don't have our zoning code developed by January, then developments that happen then by right would be, you're saying that they would be exempt from CEQA, but would the CEQA review of the zoning code itself not essentially cover what would have been covered by the CEQA review of the individual projects under the zoning code, if you get what I'm saying? So in other words, when we do the CEQA review of the zoning code, CEQA is going to say, yep, if you do stuff under the zoning code, it's CEQA compliant. So then why would you need to have the individual projects reviewed if you've already reviewed the zoning code?
Okay, so the CEQA analysis for the housing element and the zoning code is a program level and it's broad. And it would cover most projects that would come forward. But let's say we had a project that was next to a creek or had biologic impacts and we knew it, that would still require some CEQA analysis if it was not a by right project.
And so that wouldn't, so if we knew that because of the timing of when we're doing all of this stuff, that the zoning code, the effect of the zoning code would be that certain projects would be, the projects would be exempt from CEQA, that would not have a CEQA impact on the zoning code itself. That the zoning code would say, well, part of this zoning is in an area where there's a creek. And so there could be a project in that area. And so you need to assess the impact of that as part of the program, as opposed to the project.
Okay, I'm not sure I followed the last part. I don't know, Cara, did you follow that part?
That's where I got lost as well. Generally, what you do is you have an analysis of program level types of impact. So we know that a certain density of housing is going to cause a certain amount of trips. And we know what the air quality impacts of those trips are. What we don't know and what we can't analyze at a programmatic level is the footprint impacts of the exact project, because where exactly on the site is it going to be situated?
Yeah.
And that's something in Portola Valley, the biological resources that are typically done at the project stage. And so those typically would not be covered by the environmental analysis of the zoning code itself.
Okay. It's another one about, it's already covered. Questions about penalties and loss of local land use control, read page 135. Has a receiver ever been appointed by the state to take over a planning department in California? Historically? I know it's a possible penalty, but has it ever happened?
Right. The receiver remedy is relatively new in the legislation. So I don't know of any recent case under that particular provision. But I would expect it makes sense. Instead of having a judge decide all these issues, having a receiver that is better trained in planning issues to take over the planning department seems like it would be a better remedy than the previous remedy, which was to have a judge who is not necessarily skilled in that.
So if the judge does appoint a receiver, is the receiver responsible to anybody other than the judge? In other words, if we do not have a compliant housing element and the judge says, okay, I'm putting your planning department into receivership, can the receiver essentially unilaterally deploy the planning policy that the receiver likes as long as the judge signs off on it? Or do they need to engage in any kind of public process, have hearings and the rest of it? Can they just come in and say, well, I think I'm going to put this zoning here and rewrite our zoning rules?
Theoretically, they could. Again, this receiver remedy has not been tested, so don't know.
Okay. Marianne asked a good question earlier about what an overlay zone is. What is infill development in the context of Portola Valley? I know what infill development is in a more kind of urban setting. What is infill development in Portola Valley?
So there's a particular definition under SB 35, and I don't recall the exact definition, but it basically has to be surrounded by, I believe it's 75% by certain urban types of uses. And those urban uses are defined quite broadly. They include residential, commercial, retail, school, institutional, that type of thing. So they're,
and that would include Portola Valley residential lots. So our low
exactly
density,
even an R1 lot. Yes.
Okay, so it means pretty much anywhere in Portola Valley.
Well, infill,
Yeah, in
probably is triggered, but the other locational issues or requirements that we went through with SB 9 may not be triggered for every property in Portola Valley.
right. Okay.
In sustainability, it typically means that you're not building new roads or infrastructure to support a new lot. So it's sort of, I mean, it's something that's either already was developed or was intended to be developed as part of like a subdivision or a new road that was built.
Okay. And then to budget, John, do you have a comment on something I was saying, or is it after I'm done question?
I had a follow-up on one of your questions. Yeah. I can wait.
Okay. Question on the budget numbers that you put up. Some of those I'm guessing are before July 1st and some are after July. Do you know roughly what the split is?
I can only give some narrative, right? Because I didn't get into like trying to figure out what work was going to be done exactly when. I didn't get to that level of detail. Like for urban planning partners, the next 3 months would be pretty intensive. So, but it's like, you know, less than half, you know what I mean? I think in this year, the economic feasibility, I think that would be all this fiscal year.
And SEQA review is probably mostly next year.
SEQA review was mostly next year. And I realized in the staff report, I probably used a little bit too strong of language saying it will be next year. I think we'd really have to analyze that more closely. When I thought it through a little bit more. And then the zoning amendments would be mostly next year. And then the additional department staffing would be this year.
Right. Okay. That gives me a ballpark sense. Okay, then let's see. On your timeline, you had the 30 days plus 10 public review process starting in May. What can change after that? In other words, if we get through the public review process some comments or suggestions for changes and we want to change something, do we then need to go through another 30-day plus 10 public review process, or can we start at that point, or what's
the purpose of that is to really receive the public comments and to make changes as needed. So that what is submitted to HCD for the first review has had robust public participation.
Okay, and so in our case where we've had pretty robust public review through the whole process, does that mean we have to put our pens down for 30 days plus 10, or is there work that we can be doing to, you know, refine elements and prepare things for the actual submission to HCD during that 30 days plus 10?
We don't have to put our pens down. I think what we can do is be responding to some of the things that are coming in. So if we were receiving, you know, early in those 30 days, we were receiving comments that we all said, oh, that's a good idea. We should look into that. We could be working on those ideas.
Okay.
Where, you know, at the end of that 30 days, we would have made some use of that time. But we are required to have the full draft available for that 30 days. So it has to be a reasonable draft to meet the intent of the law.
It has to be a reasonable draft, but if there's some elements that need refinements, the Housing Element Committee could continue working on it essentially through this public review comment process to refine some of those elements.
I think that might be pushing it. I think the comments or the changes should be in response to the public comments at that point.
Right. But anybody,
but it's certainly given us something to think about.
Yeah. Okay. Minimum zoning we talked about. Late versus not certifying an element at all. What is the distinction there? So when you were talking about the penalties for not having a certified element, what is the difference between that and being late?
Cara, do you want to start?
How late do you have to be before you're not certified?
Yes. When you are, let's see, if you're late, that essentially means that you don't have a certified element. So
on day one, you're not certified.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes.
What we're hearing from the other regions is that for those cities that are actively working with HCD and going through the submittal process, the HCD or state penalties are not being enforced. It's kind of like a good faith effort to get certified. There is some unknown though around housing advocates or developers.
Yeah.
But I think as long as you're making good faith effort with HCD, then it seems like
housing advocates are probably going to be okay too. Yeah. Okay. Compliance and the annual reporting that we need to do. Similarly to the question about well, I thought it was similar. Actually, turns out maybe it's a little different. Are small towns who are going to have, statistically lumpy development over the 8 years of the program of the cycle, are we going to be treated differently, or is the state statistically too naive to recognize that in year one we may have 0 units of some particular category developed because just no projects happen that year, and then the next year we might get 2 20-unit buildings and more than catch up? Do we know how the state is going to look at these annual reviews, especially now that they're planning on actually inflicting penalties on towns that aren't on track? How badly off track do you need to be, especially if you have smallish total numbers like we're going to have? Is the state going to recognize that even though we may be off by a huge percentage, we're only off by a small number of units?
I think, I'm not sure, and maybe Kara can add on, but they only started implementing this in the middle of the housing element cycle that we're in right now.
Yeah.
So we don't know what they're going to do at the beginning of a housing element cycle when there's not much to show for it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're going to we have pipeline projects. I think they're going to expect our pipeline projects to turn into real building permit applications.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're going to be looking for that. I don't know if they're going to wait for the first 2 years before they start counting, but I think then they'll do annual reports after that. So you can sort of get on the naughty list. And I don't think that they have a method to accommodate folks like us that would have numbers that go up and down.
Okay. Funding and grant loss penalty. You listed a number of different sources of grants. What kind of dollar amount are we talking about in terms of what we typically receive in a year from those sources?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if Jeremy does. It's probably more of a kind of Howard's shop question. I know that for the last many years, there's not a grant application that you fill out anymore that you don't have to check the box that says you're certified.
Right.
So that's every kind of grant that you're
pretty much every
for.
grant we're used to applying for. Okay. So a couple $100,000 a year at least.
I think that's the right order of magnitude. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, rezoning, I covered that. Budget, I covered that. This may be a question for Kara. For the Southern California towns that are not compliant because they're ahead of us in the schedule, do we know what an estimated ETA might be for when we find out how hard they're going to get whacked by the state? In other words, I mean, we don't know. There are all these potential penalties, but we don't really know what the actual penalties are for the kind of violation that we may end up with in January, where we're trying really hard, but we just need an extra month, or HCD hasn't finished getting back to us yet, or whatever it might be. And I'm sure a lot of those towns in Southern California are like that. And when are we going to know if that's kind of okay?
Right. So that's a really important question. The sense that we have is that HCD really does take into account good faith efforts. Conversely, they take into account bad faith efforts. So, for instance, Huntington Beach has been on their naughty list for a long time. And we have seen consistently with any major housing initiative that Huntington Beach takes, HCD has been cracking down on them. So, that's one of the sort of soft issues that come up with housing element compliance, in that, in fact, it's one of the reasons why, as a staff, we didn't recommend appealing arena numbers, is that we do think that a continued showing of good faith effort goes a long way with this particular agency.
Okay, thanks. And then one final question. I've reached my last one. Is the Mullen default density a default minimum density or a default maximum density? In other words, does that mean you have to allow up to 20, or it has to be a minimum of 20 per acre?
Okay, let me try, Cara, because Cara and I have been working on this. And today we might be the only people that know the answer to this question.
we can tell Mr. Mullen.
Okay, so this is our understanding today. If you do the zoning with the housing element, then it can be 20 units maximum.
Right.
If you do the zoning after the housing element, it is a minimum.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense to me. And that's how I read it from your memo as well. So that I just wanted to confirm that. So getting it done, if we need to do it, getting it done now would be essentially leave you with a more flexible zone in terms of what a property developer could build. They'd be less constrained in what they were allowed to build. Okay.
And if I may, it also allows for kind of a flexible overlay zone. So, you have a base level zoning of 1 unit per acre, and then you have the option of electing to opt in and have this overlay zone drop down. And so if you have no interest in the increased density, you think it will devalue your property, you don't need to elect to have that, exercise your right to the overlay zone.
Okay. And so if the overlay zone allowed up to 20 per acre or some higher number, if we wanted to go that way, that would be Mullen compatible.
Yes.
Okay, good.
If it were done
before January.
Yes.
Okay.
John.
Yeah, just to follow up to your question about opt-in, where the homeowner could theoretically say, I'd like to zone my property. Doesn't that run into some issues with spot zoning that, as I understand it, creates some legality issues with in town zoning processes? I mean, what is the option? Is it really possible for one person to say, my 1 acre is now zoned so-and-so, 20 units per acre, and everybody around him is still zoned 1 acre? That sounds kind of strange.
Right. So I think that at the housing element ad hoc committee, they were talking about just the general concept. And then when we would go to implement that concept, what we would recommend is a true overlay zone. And courts have held that overlay zones do not violate the spot zoning restrictions. And so you still have the option. It's still practically the same as just opting in, and you would have a different zoning than your neighbor if you chose to take advantage of the overlay zone, but it would be illegal.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Sarah, you're on mute.
One other quick follow-up on the opt-in, and you guys might not have an answer to this yet, but just have you thought through at all the logistics of how this might work as far as opt-in goes? I'm assuming Obviously we would only do outreach for opt-in along the lines of the constraints map. So that would be a starting point. Is the thinking that it would be mostly outreach along Alpine and Portola, given that, or, is there anything that you can share that you've thought through at this point about how we might execute outreach for the opt-in, particularly in light of the time constraints that we have?
We haven't developed this idea very far yet. I think we should start with the constraints map.
Right.
For safety reasons. And then I think we need to do direct outreach to people. We have to think about what other criteria we were using for that. With the overlay, as Cara just described it, we could keep it fairly broad. And then I imagine we have to do something like schedule a meeting, explain to people what we're talking about and see if they're interested, and then go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further council questions before public comment? No? Okay, thank you very much, Laura and Cara. Those were very helpful answers. And so I will go and open the public comment period on this item. So if you would like to speak on this item, you will be welcome to do so. A reminder that while we can sometimes answer questions if they have a short, easy answer, the purpose of public comment is not necessarily to ask questions of staff that will be answered immediately in this meeting. We're going to take all the public comments, staff will take notes, and then if they have any short responses, they may respond tonight, and if not, they will get back to you with answers in the coming days. So with that, the first hand I see raised is Dawn Anderson. Go ahead, Dawn. You'll need to unmute at your end.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Actually, it's Sandy Jellick Anderson using my husband's computer, Dawn Ann.
Awesome.
I am speaking on behalf of the Jellick family concerning the commercial property we own on Alpine and Portola Roads. We all have sent a letter in today, but I don't know that you got it in time, but I just wanted to comment tonight. As owners of the commercial property known as Roberts Market, located on 4420 Alpine Road, we are voicing our opposition to the rezoning of this property from commercial to multifamily. The property is leased to George Roberts of Portola Valley Grocery Store. The property has been leased since 1976 and serves the town with its grocery needs. The current 55-year lease will not expire until September 2031, 9 years from this September. There are two 22-year extension options associated with this lease, which we will extend and execute to the fullest extent. This property has been in our family for 3 generations, and we intend to pass it on to the 4th generation, who will continue the lease agreement and the current use for many years to come. The Jellick stores are on 104 to 116 Alpine Road and Portola Roads, and the office on 150 Portola Road. Those leases and extensions go on beyond 8 years. Let's see, okay, let's see over here. Our main objection to this rezoning is that our property does not meet the state's Department of Housing and Community Development requirement that there will be a change of use during the next 8-year planning period. Okay, we just wanted to make sure you're all aware that the Jellick commercial property will not be available when you make your general plan for many, many years. Let's see. As per our letter that we've written and sent, we are demanding that this letter of objection to rezoning our property be filed with the town of Portola Valley submission to the HCD for their rezoning plan for low-cost housing. And I just want to say, I can't imagine that the residents of Portola would want to see our commercial services gone and replaced with high-density housing. So I just wanted you to be aware that the commercial property that you have tagged right now really will
Right.
not be available for many, many years to come with all the leases. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is David Cardinal. Go ahead, Dave.
Thanks. A few quick points. First of all, I think one of the things that's been a bone of contention is any forced upzoning. So I've been excited to hear tonight the notion of optional opt-in upzoning, which I think is what Atherton's doing with a townhome corridor along its major streets. So I encourage that. Second, per the previous caller, I think we do need to find a way to maintain our current businesses. So anything we can do to do mixed use zoning or something creative to make sure businesses can stay, even if we put in housing, would be great. Third, God bless Laura and the financial discussion, but the numbers they're not that big compared to what we're talking about. So I'm all for any amount we need to spend if it's going to make the situation better, because we're talking about tens of millions of dollars of our town and our livelihood. And then finally, I don't think no matter how many meetings the Housing Element Committee have, as great as they are, they're going to come up with a silver bullet. I think that we, the people or the town council, are going to have to make some hard choices about where we want to put development. So we can, more meetings for them is great, but it's not going to kick the can down the road. It's going to come back to the town council at some point, and it's going to be contentious, and not everybody's going to be happy. So I'm all supportive. I just don't think we can ignore that that's where we're going to get to. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next hand is Rita Comas. Go ahead, Rita.
Yeah, thank you for your report. That report is a staff report, but what's missing is the voice of the 4,500 people of Portola Valley, like it says in the general plan that we should be included. The 2 February meetings of the ad hoc housing element were highly attended due to the residents wanting to find out more and voice their opinions. There were a lot of messages going between the residents to make sure that people that were missing out on information showed up to find out what was actually going on. And some were very surprised that their properties that they've, building their equity and raising their families were on those maps without a conversation from the town. The minutes for those 2 meetings in February are not available, and the public also cannot see the public comments that have been submitted to the housing portal, as people have been encouraged to post their information, post their comments or whatever onto that housing portal. But, I tried again to see what people have been submitting, and I still cannot see what other people have submitted. So the presentations are there, some of the minutes are there, but that information is not available. And we've, here it is, middle of March. And for whatever reason, those minutes aren't there and this information is not there. The community meeting that we've been asking for, the residents have been asking for, was finally scheduled. Thank you very much, for March 16th, and then it was canceled. For whatever reason that it was canceled, we try to do the transparency, we try to help with communications. We hear that from the town, but it's a two-way street. Communications is a two-way street. You gotta show up. We're trying our best to show up. There was still a public meeting on the 16th in front of the town hall, and I'm disappointed that none of you that I see right here, perhaps you were in the building, but you were unable to come during that time. And then people would have appreciated seeing any of you there. And there were about 80 people that were there. And that information of the comments that people stated will be sent to the town and all of the committees. But, as I hear all this budget talk, please add in the budget, perhaps somebody else, a moderator, to talk to the community if there's no staff time, instead of more consultants to just figure out how to make this happen. The community is asking for that. Please listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Next is Janie Ward. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I am a committee of the Ad Hoc Housing Committee and put myself in the line of fire. I am a friend of this community for 20 years, and I had an idea that I want to put out there again, that perhaps we could start a community fund to develop our own housing solutions. It is usually for under-resourced communities, but I think we can take private money to create a community development corporation to potentially design and implement housing solutions. I don't know, obviously it's not the charge of our committee, but perhaps, Portola Valley Neighborhood United or others could start something like this, and we could, create our own designs to support this mission. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Janie. Next is Dana. Go ahead, Dana.
Mute, unmute, got it. Just a couple of things. I had to step out a couple of times during the meeting. Is there also a deadline for the safety element as it parallels the housing element? And if so, I urge you that the public needs to have a lot of comment and a lot of participation in the safety element. So can someone answer that, or should we handle that later?
We're going to go through all the public comments and staff is taking notes.
Then I also just wanted to, Laura, your comment earlier about ASCC, I was on ASCC for 20 years, being a subjective process. It is not a subjective process. It is an objective process that works with the general plan, the guidelines, the ordinances, and the zoning. And, we've never been the style police. And, I just think of the state like taking away all of our ability to work in our own town. And I think that language doesn't help. And I guess those are my questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Next is William Russell. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. A few questions, some of which you probably cannot answer tonight, but I'd appreciate your consideration of them at some later date. First, how many affordable housing units can be built on both Ford Field and the town center fields? Two, which of the potential housing sites in the prior study were not considered because they involved town-created open space that could now be changed to affordable housing by further town action? And to the extent that there are open space properties that were created by grant deed with deed limitations, is there any reason why we couldn't return to the grantors and ask them to reconsider the limitations in light of the current housing crisis? Concerning Blue Oaks, one of you mentioned, and I was confused, legal constraints, and you didn't want to have conversations with the HOA. I don't know what that means then or now. At some point, I'd like an explanation of that. 5, what do we have to show the state to qualify any given site as a qualifying ADU site? Is a letter of intent from a homeowner sufficient? Do architectural plans have to have been submitted? What is required to qualify? Last question. I find it somewhat confusing to understand the distinction between qualifying now and qualifying later in conjunction with the zoning ordinances. So here's the question, see if I'm correct. If the zoning takes place concurrently with the creation of the housing element, I believe that you can then set a maximum of 20 units per acre, but you cannot set a maximum of less than 20 units per acre. Is that true? Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is Bruce Roberts.
Yep, thank you for the report. I have a couple of questions. There's been conversation about the El Mirador property and the Neely property. Are those in any way related to the Springdown property? I would really appreciate maybe Jeremy putting his map up on our website so we can easily access that one page for reference. I am disappointed again that we are not having our community meetings earlier, the way they're scheduled on Laura's list. They're going to be in October and December when it's almost a fait accompli. And I think the people in this town deserve to be part of the process much, much earlier than has been the case, especially if you're proposing to upzone anybody's property. You need to make absolutely certain that those people receive a mailed notice that their property is on the list. The vast majority of people that we spoke to before that February 28th meeting did not know that they were on the list. Also, with respect to the Ford Field issue, it seems to me as though one of the great benefits of that property is that people will be making a right turn to get out if they have to escape in the case of a fire, whereas a lot of the other properties have left turns required, and especially on Alpine Road, I'm very concerned that if we ever had an emergency evacuation like in Paradise, left turn would be an absolute disaster on Alpine Road. So I would encourage anything that we can do to develop right turn lanes, whether it's at Ford Field or Rosati Field, would be very good. Also, with respect to the town center play fields, again, those are going to have the opportunity of exiting on Portola Road. So you take a little bit of stress off of Alpine Road. I think Alpine Road is going to be, Portola Road is more likely to be a better escape route because it's proximity to 280. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mary Hufty. Go ahead, Mary.
My thought is just listening to Laura's great presentation, who our consultants are. I see that we're already $20,000 in with urban planning partners. And it strikes me, and I just looked at the website briefly, that they are truly urban planners and we're not an urban community. Is there a possibility that there's somebody, I realize we're already deeply into them, but in some of the next 100,000 or so that we're going to be giving them, is there somebody who might be a little bit more qualified to deal with a community such as ours? That's definitely, it's an intermix or a WUI or it's certainly not urban, and we're not doing urban planning. We're doing something that's going to have to be much more creative. A village or a village model, not an urban model. So that's my question and comment, because it looks like we're relying pretty heavily on consultants, and I'd like to see us be more creative with the choices of consultants, more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next is Bob Adams. Go ahead, Bob.
Yes. First, I'm going to argue with Mary. I'm very glad you're using consultants, given the time pressure that you guys have. I don't see how you get it done otherwise. So I think he'd change his horse at this time would be I'll send you some money if you need to do that. I mean, I just don't, I think this is the time to really put in the effort and not do anything different than we're doing. You guys, after all the presentation you've done, I give you a lot of credit for what you're doing, what you're trying to do in a very short time. And I think Laura is doing a magnificent job on trying to keep this all together. So first thing is I want to make sure that most of the people that are on the call understand that I have not heard one person say they didn't want to keep the commercial business. So I think there's a lot of support for the commercial businesses. I don't see us eliminating those businesses. Second, Sarah, I love you. I'm very glad that you are in those meetings because I think you understand what it is we're trying to do. And I really do appreciate you saying we looked at things in the past, but we did not look at them under the circumstances we have now. And the circumstances are certainly different. And I appreciate your view that we're going to try to look at it all. Third, I think the fields are a very good place to look. And I guess I'd like to know, and I heard what Jeff said about the park. I hope that Ford Field is not designated as a park. It may be, it may not be, and I don't know, because I understand the difference on the 2 levels of inspection for the environmental. So I'm hoping not. That would be a good location because it would be at the edge of town, not in the center of town. So if we could use that property as much as we could, that would be a great thing. The next item is the town fields. And yes, we do have town fields that we could be looking at. I certainly wouldn't want to start there other than starting with either the Blue Oaks or Ford Field. Those seem to be the ones that have the most value, the biggest areas that could be used. As I know, I'm going to irritate some people in my area. To me, the White property is a good place to be able to put a multi-unit housing. And it's between 2 areas that are already commercial or multi-unit. And lastly, I encourage you to spend the money on all the things that we saw in the proposed budget. As I say, I'll send you a few more dollars if I can help. You guys have a lot to do in a short time, and I just thank you very much for all the work you're doing. You've done a great job on explaining all this to us tonight.
Thank you, Bob. Next is Allison Illich. Go ahead, Allison.
Hi. First, a shout out to Bill Russell, because I'm just with him 100%. Thanks so much, Bill, for everything you're doing. And my question is about the opt-in, this opt-in possibility. So my understanding regarding just to the constraints that we're under is that any parcels that we identify, it needs to be developable within the next 8 years. So if I, for instance, opt in to have this overlay on my property to be multifamily housing when I go, is that even going to count? So I just want us to be realistic about that. And my second comment is I would love in the housing element committee meetings to have a developer there and an appraiser there to tell the homeowners exactly what this means. If we were to opt in, if there were to be an overlay situation, if it came to that, what that would mean for us, because I don't think we really know. Is it increase our value, decrease our value, how much? And then from a developer's perspective, whether any of these sites that we're even talking about even make sense economically. Thanks.
Thank you, Allison. Next hand up is Dale Fow. Go ahead, Dale.
Great, thank you very much. And I want to thank you for putting our letter about safety as item number 17, so I can be up until 1 o'clock this morning. I am going to rail on the same thing I've been saying for months, and I'm getting tired of it. You're giving short shrift to safety. The safety element won't even be done by the time this housing element has to be completed, or at least the draft in May, because our committees, it certainly isn't going to be on our agenda in the April meeting, which means the first time we can look at it is going to be the May meeting. And I'm sorry, but this is, as far as I'm concerned, probably the most important thing that we're undertaking this year is the safety element. And it's a big job, and we haven't been involved. Nobody's told us anything. And, you know, I'm just quite frustrated with the whole process. That's my comments.
Thank you, Dale. Jeremy, I see your hand has gone up.
Yeah, would you like, do you want to wait till the safety element item comes up for me to provide some commentary on communications related to the safety element? Would you like that now?
What I suggest is if they're in as much as they're related to this item and the timing and process and the
We can wait. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Tom Halfkinshill.
Tom, hold on. I hit the wrong button. There you go.
Go ahead, Tom. You can unmute.
All right, Tom.
At your end.
Yeah, I have two comments. One is that it seems that these laws, SB 9, SB 10, and whatever other ones apply, were made largely because the thought was that housing was too expensive in California, and that was how these things got passed. My guess is that, in fact, they were really pushed by developers. And because of that, I'm wondering whether we can, in our zoning, require the new housing be low-income housing. Because that was the intent of the laws, and we really don't need any more high-income housing in Portola Valley. But perhaps there really is a need for low-income. Can we, in some way, meet our requirements by specifying that it must be low-income housing? And the second issue that I wanted to address is, what is the end point of all of this? Now, I know this isn't up to the town council. You're limited by state law and other constraints. But really, they seem to be putting more and more requirements each year. And at what point does this thing blow up? And by blow up, I mean, if they say we need 250 more housing units in the next 3 years, at what point does our infrastructure be unable to cope with this? And then what happens? What is the result of all this? So that's basically it. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Next up is John Silver.
Sorry, I had no idea I was that far along in the queue. Oh God, what was I even going to say? Well, I could give you a break and just say I can't remember and hang out, but well, one thing, a prior speaker mentioned being upset about having to stay up to 1 or 2 a.m. Well, as one who spent more than 30 years going to public meetings, I remember the times I would answer constituent questions at now it's Roberts, was then John's Market, when I was trying to buy food, get home and cook dinner before going to a public meeting. And I would buy the food. I would have my constituent office hours at the market when I was trying to do so. And then I'd get home. There's no time to cook anything. This is before the era of microwaves, or at least me owning one. And I'd have a piece of toast with a little butter on it, whole wheat toast. It was nutritious, and then about 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., I'd get home and I'd cook dinner. And it would take me another hour after eating dinner to calm down enough, because I care about this town so much, for me to calm down just emotionally enough to actually fall asleep. And then I get up 4 hours later to go to work. You know, so democracy's hard work, fellas. Get used to it. I did. If you want a vacation, go to the former Soviet Union, and you'll discover what it's like to live where you don't have to stay up late for public meetings. I spent a few weeks there, more than once, and it was so relaxing. But I wouldn't have to want to stay there forever or have the central government do planning for my town. Anyway, I wish I had something more constructive to say, but folks, have patience. Don't shoot the messenger who's bringing you the bad news. Just because you're just learning about how draconian current state policies are Don't blame our town council and town government for bringing you the news of that. Be part of the solution. And I'm glad to hear many people tonight have talked about that. But by the way, I don't think one of the parts of the solution is destroying our playing fields or getting the state to pass a law that allows us to condemn open space that I have worked so hard to preserve, and many others have. And when I said I have worked so hard, I shouldn't have said that. I said I, as one of so many others, have worked to preserve. We need to find a way to try to meet these goals in a way that will not destroy our town. I don't know if we can do that, but I sure know we've got to try. And if we can't, well, deal with it then and talk to our state representatives. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'm having visions of my own nights of toast and then 4 a.m. bedtimes. Christy Corley is next.
Yes, I wanted to just thank Laura for the long presentation. There's a lot of information, and I think we're starting to get through to the residents of what this really means. And so I appreciate that. I am for housing not only on Alpine Road and Portola Road, I am for housing throughout Portola Valley. I will say that every time I talk. I am concerned about the high density bonus law, and the proposed 20 units acres can actually be increased under bonus density law. Bonus density law applies to multifamily and mixed use property. The 20 units might even be doubled depending on the developer's offer to build below market rate units. It depends on how much below market rate units the developer is willing to include. Then there are exceptions to the PV zoning laws. These exceptions might be, for example, more units, greater heights, less setbacks, and less parking spaces. So I want residents to try to realize that the proposed 20 units per acre could actually end up being more units based on BMR units offered by the developer. The developer is entitled by law to a certain benefit and able to build more units with a set maximum. If I'm wrong, please correct me. And then I have a question. I am for developers rezoning to take place at the time of the application per parcel rather than grouped parcel rezoning and upzoning. If this were to be my home to be rezoned, of which I'm a couple blocks away, so who knows about the future, I could not build an ADU or I could not add a room to my house. That's a lot to ask of a resident. So I need to learn more about the overlay that you're talking about. I need to fully understand all this a bit more, but those are my comments for now. There was another comment of that you would not be able to show lots of illustrations or an option for the public to see. So I am all for illustrations. I think illustrations show so much. So anytime you can really show us what these units will look like. In fact, I even sent some over to Laura after the last meeting because that was all I could find. But I'd like to see architectural drawings, and then we all get behind it, and then we do the zoning, and now we all feel better and we can see it. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Next is Bob Turcotte. Go ahead, Bob.
Hi, thanks. I want to once again thank Laura and Cara for distilling this really complex information into a form that's accessible to the rest of us. Thank you. And also for the hard work. I suspect it's been a long time since you've had a 40-hour work week. So thank you, and I realize it's going to get worse. I am going to vote with David Cardinal and others in terms of spending the money. I think the amount of a budget we're talking about compared to the potential impact cumulatively on property values certainly justifies it. The main reason I raised my hand, though, is that I'm concerned that we might be painting ourselves into a corner with respect to CEQA, and MND would certainly be convenient. I don't know enough about this area to have a strong opinion, but I do understand that an EIR is required if there may be a significant impact with respect to hazards, health and safety, and evacuation. To Tom Haffenschill's comments about continued growth, and the CEQA law, as I understand it, makes clear that it's the cumulative effects rather than the incremental. And a 14% increase in population certainly seems as if it would have a potentially significant impact. So I urge staff and council to really carefully consider that question, and MND versus EIR, and hopefully have some confidence that we're on the right path, because if it turns out later an EIR is actually required, that would really set us back. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next is Eckstein. Go ahead.
Hello. Okay, just a few questions and then also comments.
You're coming through very muffled again. I don't know.
Okay.
So there we go.
A few questions and then a couple comments as well. One, I was just wondering, what is Town of Portola Valley's annual budget? Two, what we're trying to comply with in terms of this RENA numbers and everything, is this a new law that was passed by proposition, something that's always taken place, something that if the political winds change could maybe go away at some point, especially with a lot of pushback? I heard someone say it would be great to have some more housing available for seniors and kids growing up in this area. Is there any priority that locals actually would qualify first? Or is this for anybody, whether they live in town or live in state or live in the country for that matter? Who are we building this for? I find it surprising that we're talking about the consequences, and yet, like we could lose state grants and money from this state, except we don't know how much we even get from them. That would, to me, if I was gonna be weighing the consequences, I'd at least have an idea of what we would be losing. And I'd be happy to lose that state funding and make it up in my property taxes if I didn't have to comply with an unreasonable law. I find it abhorrent that people are literally considering taking away all of our playing fields. I guess we don't care about the younger people in our town, and that is our community. That is where our town gathers. Our town picnic is held at the town center. We're going to pave that over for housing. I mean, if that's the case, we might as well pave over town hall. We wouldn't need that anymore. I really don't see how we would, consider that and put those people, penalize all the families and kids. So they have no real community here. And, we're talking about money in the penalties. Well, I see you guys are going to be spending $400,000 just at the minimum to even comply with this. I'd rather put that money towards lobbying against this, finding a reason in the fire safety why we shouldn't have to build at such high density or so many numbers. I am for, adding a few houses here and there that makes sense and grow it organically, but have this jammed down our throat on an unreasonable timetable, that's something that needs to be pushed back. And I just wonder if you guys are so buried as it is to issue permits to the existing people with whatever remodel they have, how are you ever going to comply or help locals with their projects if you're going to have 300 plus units to deal with moving forward? We will never be heard from again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ron Eastman. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to mention that there was a Chronicle article the other day that mentions, amongst other things, that 10% of the real estate purchases in Portola Valley in 21 to 22 were by financial investors. So, think hard about this discretionary lot conversion idea. I mean, Wall Street has noticed Portola Valley, and it'll happen. So that's my comment. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. I see no more hands up. I will give it another second or two. Okay, seeing no more hands from the public. Thank you all for your comments. I will pass over to staff if any of the various comments or questions that you've heard tonight, if you have quick responses you'd like to make tonight. And if not, to let the public know, if you did ask a question that staff's not able to answer quickly tonight, they will get back to you offline with answers.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just comment on two things first. The town's annual budget, the general fund, is approximately $7 million. It's another couple million a year, depending on the year, related to capital improvement. I also wanted to just make a brief comment about communications. Every resident was sent a postcard to over the last 2 weeks, week and a half, with a very provocative title to encourage people to participate in our housing element process. And I wanted to share this because communication is a very, very challenging endeavor as it relates to public engagement in particular. I asked my staff to prepare for tonight's meeting just some information about what we saw as post the postcard, how many people were actually going to the housing element sites. On the busiest day, which was Monday, the 21st, we saw about 22 people, 22 unique page visits to the housing element page. That was through the QR code, which is obviously speaks to the challenge in reaching people and making sure that the things that we'd like people to participate in rises to the level of import. Communication continues to be a significant part of what we do. We are one of a handful of cities in San Mateo County that have a full-time communications manager. And we encourage people to also take proactive steps to participate in the process and sign up to the web pages and the like. But there is no easy solution there. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
I can answer a number of the shorter questions that I think will benefit the overall conversation. If your question is not answered, please email us at housing@portolavalley.net so we can follow up with your questions. So there was a question about the public comments being available that are going into the portal. The public comments were attached to the last ad hoc housing element committee meeting on Monday. So if you want to see those comments, you can go to that packet and review the comments there, and we'll be continuing to do that. So the public comments are available. There was a community meeting scheduled on March 16th. It was not canceled, it was postponed because of the outcome of the February 28th ad hoc housing element committee meeting. That we needed more time to be able to prepare the materials and have this meeting before council before we could have a full community-wide meeting. So additional community meetings will be forthcoming. There was a question about the deadline for the safety element. This is another thing that is up for interpretation. The state law says that you have to be doing it concurrently with your housing element, but there's not really a clear deadline and there's not a penalty. So I can tell you my latest information is that in San Mateo County, 8 cities and towns have not even started their housing or their safety elements yet. So they are waiting to do them later. As far as I know, we started ours earlier than anyone else compared to people who weren't doing a full general plan, like a whole comprehensive update. There was a question about the ASCC process being subjective. And ASCC review right now is partially objective and partially subjective according to state law. So the part where ASCC reviews compared to the numeric standards in the code or the numeric standards in the guidelines would be considered objective. But when they're using the findings or the aspects of the guidelines that are not highly specific, that would be considered subjective discretionary review according to state law definitions that are in effect today. There was a question about the zoning with the housing element and then the density of 20 units per acre. So we can, as we were discussing, we can set a max of 20 units per acre if we do the zoning with the housing element prior to January. The question was, I think, can we set a max that's less than 20? We can not set a maximum that's less than 20, but we can set a minimum that's less than 20. I know that that's highly complex. So if residents have questions, email us and we can try to get that into some FAQ documents that we're going to be working on, if that would help. There was a question about if El Mirador and Neely is the same as Springdown. The Springdown property, the Springdown winery is the same as Neely, if I understood your question properly.
Laura, I'm sorry, let me amend that. That's Spring Ridge.
Yeah, Spring Ridge.
Oh,
Winery.
I'm sorry,
Springdown
I
is
wrote it
different.
down wrong. I don't know if the question was Springdown or Spring Ridge.
So
Springdown was
Springdown. So right.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I can comment on that. So right next to town center is the Springdown Equestrian Center. In front of it is the Springdown Open Space Preserve, which the town acquired from the Springdown Equestrian Center facility a number of years ago. That is in permanent open space. That was the way that it was acquired. El Mirador or Moorehead is behind town hall, town center. So where if you were on the fields and you saw what looked like an orchard, it's that land going up into the mountains there, about 300 acres. And then the Neely property is right next to the Windy Hill Open Space Preserve. Hope that helps.
And there's the Jellich Ranch in between for anybody who's trying to fill in all the blanks on the map.
So Neely is the same as Spring Ridge. So thank you, important. There was a question about our consultants and their qualifications. Urban Planning Partners has extensive experience working in the WUI. They've been working with Paradise on their housing element update, for example. There's a question about density bonus law and whether the 20 units per acre could actually be increased using density bonus law. And the answer to that, it's a complex law, but generally speaking, yes, it is possible for those densities to be increased even more using the state density bonus law. And it is possible for them to ask for concessions or waivers of certain types of standards. So that's accurate.
Laura, can I ask a follow-up on that, which was a question that I had? How does that interplay with the Mullen density limit? Would it be possible to craft something that with your density bonus gets you to 20 per acre? Would that qualify under Mullen? Or does it be a base of 20 per acre?
We just asked the same question. Cara and I have been working on this issue, and the advice that we received was maybe, but it's a hard sell because you would have to demonstrate to HCD that you have a past history of approving those projects. So we think we're going to think about it some more, but we should not count on it at this time.
But we may have by the end of the year I'm thinking of the Whites project, which has been approved, the Wedge project, which is in process now. It's possible we will have a history of approving projects like that.
Yes, that was kind of our thinking too. So we're gonna analyze that some more.
Thank you.
There was a question about whether it's possible to do the rezoning at the time of the application and not do it in a group in advance. And I think that would not be possible because it wouldn't comply with the housing element sites inventory requirements. So we wouldn't have enough zoning to accommodate the number of units that we need. So I think we wouldn't be able to do that. And And then there was a question about for the affordable housing units, could there be a priority for local people to live there? And the answer, generally speaking, is yes, that could be possible. It is possible to create what's called a preference program that would give usually kind of the first opportunity to people who live or work in the community. Those kinds of programs, though, have to be very carefully crafted to avoid any fair housing restrictions, or not impose on any fair housing regulations. So those are the ones that I'm able to answer. And if people have other questions, we're going to be working on an FAQ document, and happy to integrate those comments and questions there.
Okay, thank you, Laura. That brings it back to the council then for discussion. John, would you like to go first? Your hand is raised.
Sure, I would like to go first. I'd like to do an old guy thing and talk about Portola Valley history a little bit and the preservation of the character of the town.
John, you're a little bit muffled. I don't know if you
okay,
let me your microphone, or you can get closer to it.
Yeah, let me try getting a little closer. Is that better?
That's better. Yep.
Okay. So what I want to talk about is preserving the character of the town. Let's start with here. That's the reason I joined the SCC in 1985 and served on the Planning Commission in the 90s and have served on the council since 2010. It's really been and still is a primary motivation for doing this work that we're doing. Many of you know I've lived in town for quite some time, and that while that doesn't give me any real special standing, I do have memories to offer that of what the town was like before 1964, what it was that we were trying to protect with our famous 64 consensus. So this was a time when the population of California was less than half what it is today. Portola Valley's population was close to what it is now, with lots of young families looking for an inexpensive place to live way out here in the boonies. My dad was a Stanford professor. Across the street was a high school teacher. Next door were a Lockheed engineer, and on one side, and on the other side, a cabinet maker. It was fairly diverse in, at least in the economic manner. When I was young, I had the good fortune to be able to walk or ride my bike to school pretty much every day from our home on Corner Madera Road down to Portola Valley School, where we now have our wonderful town center. Corner Madera Road, Canyon Drive, Crescent, Echo Lane were all unpaved country roads at that time. And on our way to school every day, my friends and I would make our way down to Portola Road, where we could often look across the road to where Priory now stands and see cattle grazing. On up the road where the Sequoias is now, there was more open rolling fields, more cows, an old barn where the Windy Hill parking lot is now, and Jellic Ranch was active in the apple business, and sometimes we'd stop in and grab an apple and chat with Walter. After school, my friends and I might wander down to what later became Willowbrook Drive. At that time, there was a plum orchard covering almost the entire valley floor. We would sometimes work our way up to Alpine Road, explore the Beauvais Ranch, where the cattle grazed around the Frog Pond. Corte Madera School and Portola Valley Ranch did not yet exist. We had a lot of fun exploring the beginnings of the Westridge development on the other side of the valley. And sometimes we'd go down to the corner store, the Valley Super, at Alpine and Portola Road for a Coke, long before Roberts Market existed. So this was a time when the remnants of our agricultural past were still pretty vibrant. Before 200 homes went in at the ranch, 35 or so on Willowbrook, a dozen on Applewood, 39 at Blue Oaks, the entire Sequoia development, which is, as everyone knows, a fairly dense cluster of housing accommodating more than 300 town residents, plus much of Westridge and Alpine Hills and many more. These developments represent a massive change to what we started with and were inspired to protect in 1964, or by 1964. The fact that people are turning out in force to protect what we now have tells me pretty clearly that we've managed to uphold the 64 consensus pretty well. Along the way, these developments all received enthusiastic pushback. Most of them were subject to the constraints of our town ordinances, developed and guided by our excellent general plan, and they went through the same processes and procedures that are being used to address the current housing challenge. Hundreds of residents have followed this process, including my home and probably many of yours. Over time, we have adjusted, responded with constructive input, and ended up with a town that everyone is determined to preserve. So today we're confronted with the failure of almost every community in our state to adjust to an ongoing housing crisis. So the state has decided it's time to step in and get us all to do our part. The energy with which some in town oppose the latest change tells me that cooperatively following the processes established by our town's founders and refined over 60 years is more important than ever. While there are certainly new factors and forces to consider, by continuing with our established protocols for information gathering and public input, our ad hoc housing elements committee and our staff have been following the path that is most likely to lead to success. Nobody on this council or in the town administration wants these changes to be imposed on us. But if we approach it as an opportunity to enrich our community, I absolutely believe that it can be a win for all of us. Which brings me to our charge tonight. My feelings on these matters are that we need to provide guidance to staff on how to proceed. I am a firm believer in the local control that's been so successful in preserving Portola Valley across in the ethos of Portola Valley to date. So we should, I believe, proceed as quickly as possible to meet the timeline imposed by the state, including pursuing zoning code amendments necessary to preserve as much of our local control as possible. If this means digging into reserves to engage additional assistance, that is what we need to do. If major overlay zones will help, for instance, let's do it. Even though we have a tight time frame to work with, we're still in the early stages of figuring out what is possible. So everything should be on the table. There's no question that this is and will continue to be a painful process. Let's reaffirm our commitment to cooperation and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Sure, we can't convince you to run again in November. Anybody else want to go next? Jeff, go ahead.
Sure. Well, thank you to Laura, Adrian, and Cara and staff for a comprehensive, really pretty amazing presentation. I've been thinking about this for a long time, so I think I'm probably a little more up to speed than average, but I think it was a really great background for everybody, people who are coming to this for the first time, and frankly, even for those of us coming to it for the 19th or 20th time. So thank you for that. And also, it was encouraging. It's daunting, but it was encouraging to hear you think we are still in a position where we can get across the finish line in time. I still, we've come to some small amount of comfort around the idea of not making the deadline. I still feel much better making it. And I agree with John. I think the resources we would put into the extra, assuming that the resources we put in now can get us across the finish line in time, I'm still very uncomfortable with the risk, even the small risk we'd be taking. I've said this before, the politics across the state are not working in our favor right now. Housing advocates and others would love to find a wealthy hillside community like ours and make an example of it to sort of compel others to comply. I don't really want to be that community. So I will be risk averse with our natural resources to the point of being a little bit more profligate with our financial resources, and concur with John that I think we should push forward with this and try to stick to the deadline.
Thank you. Sarah? You're on.
I agree with what John and Jeff have said. John in particular, it was awesome to hear that perspective. So well said and really meaningful. So thank you for that. God, it almost made me emotional. So, and I absolutely agree that we need to approve this budget because I think we have wide consensus that maintaining as much local control is critical. I think going forward, Jeff, to your concerns, of course, I agree. As I'm serving on the ad hoc housing committee with you, I think what's going to be critical going forward is we are on such a tight timeline and we're all going to have to work together very well with good faith and discipline to be able to get through, the ideas list of 8 in a disciplined way and support staff in every way we can to make sure we get it done. So I'm fully in favor of approving the budget.
Marianne.
I'm really tired. I remember when you asked me about why I don't wear glasses or how do I really can't see anything right now. So as you age, when you get tired, all those things descend. All right, so I'm going to do my best here. I've got a lot of notes. I'm answering the questions. Number 1, yes, the timeline, on time completion is the primary goal. That's number 1. Yes, critical priority. Number 2, zoning code amendments, also a critical priority. Do it at the same time. Relate the resources question. Yes, I think we have to spend the money. I also think we should give Jeremy the authority to spend as needed so he doesn't have to come back to us all the time. As a little aside, for 8 ideas, I would remove number 7 and 8. Direction for the committee and staff. Incredible work by the committee. Nobody's doing anything like this in the county, I can assure you. And for all of those out there who think we're not doing enough communication, we are doing more communication. We have got people more involved in the weeds in this than any other city in the county. And we have the smallest staff, and we have, I don't know if it's the smallest budget, but it's pretty close. Great work for the committee, but I would advise Jeff and Sarah and Laura to kind of corral them because of the time critical piece of this, and basically to have them stop generating more work for staff and deal with the work that you've already got. There's a whole lot of work there. I'd say anything that threatens to derail you from that timeline has to be set aside. Let's see what else. As everyone said, at the end of the day, we're going to have to make the decision. It is not going to be easy. There will be very many people in town who are not happy. That's kind of the way it is in politics. Half the town likes you, half the town hates you. But there is no other. See how tired I am? I can't even collect thoughts. But we have to do this because there is no other choice. If we don't do it on time, the state, forget the penalties. Those are the smallest piece of this. We do not want the state to come in and essentially tell us how we're going to zone and at what density. And I guess my last comment is more about just a reminder that this isn't happening in a vacuum. It's a direct response to the unprecedented housing and homeless catastrophe in California that was brought on by a whole number of factors, including the fact that for decades, cities and towns like ours just haven't built enough housing for all income groups. I've been talking about this for about a decade. I predicted that one day our town would have to face the music. That day's here, and it is far worse than I ever could have imagined. It's a much more Herculean task for us. And the other part of this is you have to remember that in the fair housing piece or the equity piece, I'm not really sure what it's called. This is about dismantling the legacy of residential segregation, which was created by block busting and redlining, which barred people of color from home ownership, which is the principal way that we all build wealth, and also located them in areas of the state that were less than desirable. Our town is a classic example of economic and racial segregation. On my CCNRs in Westridge, even though it doesn't exist anymore, I can read the racial covenant which would have made it impossible for people who are in the Zoom room tonight to buy in Portola Valley. So providing an opportunity for people of different economic, cultural, and racial backgrounds to live here is a step in the right direction. So I think we just have to put our heads down and do the work to get this thing done on time. Thanks.
Thank you, Marianne. Yes, I agree with all of you. I think we do need to get this done on time or make an effort to. Even if we try and don't quite make it, I think we'll be in a much better position with the state to be showing that we have been doing this in good faith, that we are doing everything we can to get it done on time. If something beyond our control makes that impossible, I'm hopeful, given what's going on in Southern California with the number of people who've been unable to get theirs done, that we will get credit from the state for that, and they'll minimize the whacking that they give us. I am fully supportive of the extra expenditure to help keep that on track. I would also, to add to the point about everybody working together and collaborating closely to keep things moving at the pace that we're going to need to move them at, and to do that in a way that doesn't give short shrift to people who might want to participate or ideas to be fully fleshed out and so forth. Laura, I think one of the risks that you mentioned to the timeline would be if consensus can't be reached or things aren't moving fast enough. I would hope that you'll be keeping an eye on that, and if that seems likely to become a problem, you could maybe come back to us. That if we need to apply a kick in the pants in the right direction somewhere to keep things on track if need be, or if the Housing Element Committee feels that they don't want to step in the hornet's nest, and the hornet's nest is going to come to the council anyway. We know that there are going to be painful elements in this process, and I would suggest, if it will keep us on track, to bring it back to us sooner rather than later, even if we then send it back to the Housing Committee, but we can at least give them direction to say, okay, here you go. We can take the heat for them if necessary. So if that's at all helpful for them as they're working forward with this, I would recommend doing that. Let's see, the other, I think that was it for covering all the questions. I'd initially thought for the zoning code that we might be able to do it, but I didn't understand the distinction between maximum density and minimum density. And now that I do, I think that it's very important that we do get the zoning done before or concurrently with our housing element, and not delay it until after, unless you can figure out how to do the wrinkle that I was suggesting of doing some kind of zoning amendment that's a sort of maybe easier, quick one. If it's not easier and quicker, I wouldn't bother. But if there is a lower threshold zoning amendment that we could do that we then refine after the housing element, and that gives us a little bit more breathing room, I'd be open to that. But if in your view that's not practical, then we need to get the zoning done before or concurrently with the housing element. Okay, so I don't know, Jeremy, Laura, Cara, if we need to, I think we're all in concurrence with what Laura was recommending. I don't know if we need a formal motion on this, or as the feedback we've provided enough.
Yeah, I think it's sufficient. We do plan to bring on April 13th a pretty sizable budget amendment to you that had a bunch of other items that the council has discussed at previous meetings. So this is sufficient for us to move forward.
Okay, and there was one other item that Marianne had mentioned about giving you, Jeremy, authority to spend more beyond this if it's necessary to keep things on track. I think this seems like it's fairly comprehensive, at least through June. So there may be some changes to this, I would imagine, when you come back for the budget for next year. But I don't know if giving you the authority ahead of time is necessary, but I would urge you not to be shy if you do need more money to keep this on track, to come back and ask.
Well, and I did, just to make sure that I understood it, I understood Marianne's suggestion to be that the council isn't directing us to do all of these things, but that the staff has some flexibility to do the things that we need to do in the order we need to do them, not add beyond the amount that we've suggested here.
Okay.
If we need to, we will come right back.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
The only logistical thing that I don't know the solution to is we may need to get into a contract with the economic consultant right away that might be above Jeremy's authority for a normal contract.
What's your limit now, Jeremy? 5, 10 grand?
It's 25.
So maybe we could break the contract into 2, Laura, in that case. He could sign the first 25 and then bring back the next, whatever the balance is.
Yeah, we could bring back the amendment to council
Something
as an amendment to increase the amount to go over.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Craig, to the point you made about sort of keeping this on track at the ad hoc committee, I'm taking this conversation tonight as direction to Sarah and me through us to the ad hoc committee to stay focused. I mean, I will invoke the council saying this deadline is very important to us, and at some point we may have to say no to some ideas from the committee. And I just want to make sure that everyone is okay with with Sarah or I taking that authority on your behalf.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I'm just picturing a scenario where, you know, I don't know what situation you might run into, but you do want to come back to the 5 of us. And I would say
within reason. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Anything else on this item?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you for the great questions and the great discussion.
And
Good job, Laura and Adrian. Thank you so much. This is awesome.
It is awesome. And I've been sharing it with people who have been saying, where are we with housing? It's a great, short, comprehensive read that really lays everything out. So, I mean, I had a lot of questions, but that's because it told me a lot of stuff I didn't know before in very good ways. So thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to the end of item 13. And now we are into council liaison committee and regional agency reports, which hopefully we can get through quickly. Marianne, why don't we start with you before you literally pass out?
Thank you, Craig. That's always so nice to hear. I have a really lot and I really don't feel like doing them. So shall I just pick out a few highlights?
Do your short version tonight.
Anything important we need to know?
Okay, let's see what they did. Like we had a little presentation by commute.org. That was just fine. Then we had a little presentation by Josh Abrams from Beard and Driscoll, 21 Elements, about everyone working on their housing elements. And he really emphasized how this is the hardest one ever, ever, ever. And there was a ledge committee report, and I don't think you're interested in any of these bills that we support or oppose, so I'm not even going to go into them. And then we reviewed and approved the updated 2021 San Mateo County Priority Development Area Investment and Growth Strategy. Doesn't that sound scintillating? And we also went over the OBAG 3 call for projects. And the most important part of the evening, we elected a new chair and vice chair, Davina Hurt from Belmont and Ricardo Ortiz from Burlingame. Oh, and I think we're going to be, we're going to be in person in June. I don't like that. Okay, then I had the roundabout caper, the roundabouts on Alpine. We had a meeting, meaning me, Don Horsley, Chris Hunter, with Senator Becker and his aide, Helen Walter. And we basically gave him the same pitch as we did to Assemblyman Berman, and we shall see where that goes. Then we had another meeting that I know you're excited about, the Express Lanes meeting. There was an update on the southern segment, which opened on February, whatever, 11, with a ton of data, which I think Craig actually would love to read. And then we did, our agreement with the BATA contractor for the transponders. And then there was an update on our $100 million loan. And then there were some reports about, it was Derek Hansel's last meeting. You know how the CEO left? Well, now the head finance guy's leaving to go to MTC. And there's an update on the equity program. They had a good training with Samaritan House and all 9 nonprofit agencies, and they're going live March 21. ASCC on, I don't know, someday, 14th, one item. It was a review of an application for a new spa deck pathway and a few little alterations to the main residence in Blue Oaks, and everybody liked it and it passed. But I think there was some other stuff here. Oh yeah, they talked about whether they would like to continue meeting at 4 o'clock, or remember they used to be at 7, now they're at 4. Do they want to change that? What about the site visits? Used to be site visit and then meeting at 7. Site visits have to change because everybody can't just show up at someone's house because you have to be ADA compliant. So that's tricky. But what was kind of interesting about this was Kenny. Don't you love that name, Kenny? Kenny Chun. So good. Kenny cannot be available from, I think it's 5:45 to 6:30 because of his family. And his wife actually called in and explained that. And after considering all this, they have decided that they will start the meetings at 6:30 when Kenny is available. And I guess they will have to figure out the site meetings before that. Then there was an RMCP meeting. There is a laundry to landscape proposal, which is, in that stage where it's going to need a ton of money, but it would be a cool thing to do. The whole idea is to teach people in the county how to do laundry to landscape systems. They're actually going to do some pilots. I would love to get some in Portola Valley. What else? Oh, we got our Bosca update. It was of course bad because of the drought, but actually for our area, since we're Hetch Hetchy, it's not that bad because Hetch Hetchy is something like 82% full. But as the governor says, it's a statewide drought. So even though our area is good, pretty much every other area is sucking. Like Shasta is at 38%, should be 50%. Oroville is at 46%, should be 69%. And it doesn't look like we're getting a lot more rain, does it? So we're in our 3rd drought year, and we could have another drought year next year. They won't make an announcement until April about whether there will be mandatory rationing. For some reason, Tom Francis doesn't think there will be in our area, but I find that kind of hard to believe. Then we had an update on the microgrid in La Honda, and then there was a presentation on this. It's got a really long name, but it's basically incentives for single and multifamily units in low income areas to get rebates and such for electrifying. Okay, then we had a sustainability committee meeting, and let's see what's here. Nature and Science wants to know if the Sustainability Committee wants to help with Compost Day, which they are planning in the fall. Levy ran into the Cal Water guy by her meter who was marking water valves because they were buried. And Levy said, who takes care of the fire hydrants, you or the WFPD? Cal Water said we both do, and that was distressing to Levy. Let's see. The solar backup battery and solar finally made it to the library. still can't be lent out yet. Okay, then there's website updates. Carrie and Rebecca have connected. Oh, at the next meeting, Josie Gillard and Tom Cabot from Menlo Park are going to present. They have done a tremendous amount of work in electrification of existing homes and, you know, doing it with a 100-amp panel. So I think that they're going to try to advertise to the wider community for that one. Okay, then they went over their priorities and I can't even, they had a scoring, they had a lot of things on there. I can't even remember what they came up with, but it was a very interesting discussion. And I'm done.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Sarah.
I had a CAC meeting. That committee is on fire. They're doing great work. They're planning a kids movie night for this summer, which is going to be kind of in addition to the types of things that they do. They have all their summer concert series, dates and bands selected. They obviously still need to go through contract and all of that, but they have it all planned out. They're planning a really cool new Instagram campaign where they're going to feature different things about town, starting with town history. And then they're going to pivot from that into local artists and photographers and their work and that kind of thing. So I think it'll be really cool if they can get that off the ground. And then, of course, there's PV Palooza. They're launching a pretty robust website. They'll have content for the town's social media. And they're going to be soliciting sponsorships and other support through PV Donates. They're planning 2 stages with 12 bands, so it will be quite something. The next one was the housing element. We talked plenty about that tonight. We just had our last housing element committee meeting on Monday. We covered a lot of what we talked about tonight, just in terms of the updates of where we are in the process. And then the main agenda item for that meeting was housing policy. So what are the policies that the town could put into place to incentivize development? And there's all kinds of details about that in the packet from that meeting if people want to learn more. And the last update I just wanted to share is that we didn't have a WPC meeting, but I did let Craig and Jeremy know at our mayor vice mayor meeting on the 14th that I want to resign from that committee. My commitments to the town are just massive right now, it feels, and those are 2 very time intensive committees, and I just really need to conserve some of my time here. So that is my update.
So to that point, I don't think we need to decide tonight. We can figure it out in time for next council meeting maybe, but if anybody else would like to volunteer to take Sarah's spot on the wildfire committee, please let me know in the next few days and we can schedule that for an appointment next time, hopefully. Jeff.
Yeah, I was obviously on the ad hoc housing element committee with Sarah, and we reviewed current programs in the current housing element, and the staff brought forward a proposal for sort of a new, slightly updated list of programs, which I think the committee was very happy with. So I believe staff got some feedback that was very helpful for them, and so it was kind of, we had to take a little break so that, you know, the February meetings obviously kind of threw some monkey wrenches into the process. That's what we're talking about tonight. Fortunately, Laura and Adrian were able to sort of cobble together a meeting that could, so the committee could keep working while they were waiting for us to ponder this question that was happening. So I thought it was a productive meeting. It was a break from the sort of complicated zoning arguments, but it's productive. The other committee meeting I had was geologic safety met for the first time in 5 years. They've established a meeting time. They looked at their charter briefly. They might make some slight changes to it, and I think they're sort of geared up for when we do get the safety element to them in the coming weeks, they're eager to look at it. So, and they had two very good presentations. One was USGS. I just pulled it up here so I could remind myself of who they were. Keith Knudsen from the U.S. Geological Survey talking about earthquake hazard and risk, and Tim Dawson from California Department of Conservation talking about state maps and reports. And I don't know anything about these things, so I will suggest people go to the packet on the website, and hopefully believe the recording will be up at some point too.
Okay, thanks, John.
Yeah, I had a conservation committee meeting. The pretty much standard business, and the one item that I think would be of interest to people in this call is the concern expressed by several members about the potential use of some of our open space or other spaces in town for housing, how they might be affected, including, of course, the road remnant and clean down. They understand the fact that that will be probably part of the conversation, but we'll be very interested in the outcome, of course. That's it.
Okay. I had trails and paths on March 16th. Welcomed a new member, Jacqueline Davis, who we appointed at our last council meeting. Update from Howard on trail work and conditions. And the trail map subcommittee is making good progress. They've got a lot of their data now in their map, I believe, and we'll be bringing that back to the committee probably before too long for the next step. Horse fair that they normally organize, they've decided to cancel this year. There's a nasty virus going around in the horse community that is killing horses and causing horrible problems for them. And so it was the committee's opinion that horse fair sadly can't happen this year because of that. There was also related to that a communication that came in the weekly newsletter from the town last week, and I'm repeating it here tonight to help get the word out a little more broadly. If you see horses, which one does, is one's walking around in Portola Valley and the horse comes over and wants to interact with you socially, do not touch the horse, or at least if you do not then walk near any other horses or touch another horse. Don't feed the horses right now because of this virus going around. It's very important to, just as we've all been doing with humans for the last couple of years, social distance with the horses until this horse epidemic has passed. For trails and my town committee meetings, I've also now had 4 or 5 PB Donuts meetings altogether. My most recent 2, one about 2 weeks ago now, was hosted by Bill and Hope at Parkside, and it was a business focused one. So there were 10 or so, maybe a dozen different business owners, tenants in town who all got together, and we talked about how I'm not sure that's ever happened before. They have no Chamber of Commerce of Portola Valley or anything like that where they get together. So part of the discussion was around, how the town can better communicate with them, how they can communicate better with each other as a community with shared interests and issues. During COVID, we were trying to do a lot of outreach to businesses with various funds, COVID relief funds and so on that we had, both from the town and from the federal government gave us a bunch of money that we could parcel out and so on. And we frankly found it kind of difficult to get in touch with a lot of the businesses. We did through a lot of hard work, but better, setting up a better communication method between us and them, I think, is an important element of what we need to do. So we had a good discussion too about, mixed use zoning and the impacts on businesses and what kinds of things they'd like to see. That was one of the reasons I was curious about the zoning questions in our earlier discussion and how much time we have to implement them, because I think if we were to do mixed use zoning in our existing commercial areas, there are a lot of protections that I think we want to put in to ensure that, even if the Jelliches don't want to redevelop Roberts, the other property owners that are leased to businesses, and I'm thinking of, the shopping center across the street from me that Parkside is at, or other commercial properties in town that might be more than happy to turf out their tenants in exchange for redeveloping the property and building a bunch of housing that they could sell for a lot of money. So we want to encourage the housing production, but I think we all absolutely also want to keep our businesses in town and make sure that they would not be disrupted by construction activity. They would not have their rent massively increased when they have the new building, and a bunch of other things like that we discussed at that meeting. So that was a great PV Donuts meeting. And then we actually had a very good one you've probably all read bits and pieces of in the PV forum. That was actually a small minor part of that meeting. The meeting overall was extremely good. There were, I want to say, 8 to 10 folks from Nat Horst and maybe another 6 or 7 from the Corte Madera neighborhood at that meeting at Karen Askey's. And a lot of good discussion about, the options that we have around housing, a lot of the stuff that we discussed earlier tonight as well. So it was good to be able to have more of a back and forth discussion and give people more than 3 minutes to talk and dig in and go back and forth and really understand the issues better and understand where people are coming from. It was very, very helpful for me to get that deeper understanding of, I understood what people were saying. I've heard them many times in public comment and things, but the deeper discussion, I think, is productive on both sides. So as a follow-up to that, we now have a page on the town website with a Calendly sign-up link that makes it very easy for people to sign up to be hosts for PV Donut meetings. Right now, Sarah and I have our schedules in there. It's very easy to, if you have an online calendar, or you can just block out times of day you're available. It's very easy to set up and make yourself either available or not available, depending on your schedule. If the other 3 of you would like to add your names to that as well, we're ready for that now. I wanted to debug it first with just Sarah and me and get it working. I've had my first PV Donuts now booked through that. So I have one scheduled for, I think, next week, scheduled through that. And I would highly recommend, I've not had a bad experience yet from all of the ones that I've done. I was a little nervous going into them because you never quite know what you're going to get, but they've all been excellent, very, very useful. So I would highly recommend it. And if you would like to reach out to me individually, I can get you signed up on Calendly and walk you through what you need to do to put your availability and then all that sort of stuff, and show you what the emails look like that you get when someone books and all that. Okay, with that, whoops, where did my agenda packet go? Oh, I moved to the other monitor. There we go. Sorry, just getting back into this. Now Zoom's gone. There we go. And okay. So we will go to public comment on item 14. And I see one hand up, Christy Corley. Go ahead, Christy.
Yeah, you're reporting on a lot of the meetings, and it just reminded me that the Planning Commission meeting was canceled. I was so curious as to why, when we're going through so much on housing, if it's an advisory board to the main governing body on all the planning and development issues. And second, the commission ensures that the general plan is implemented by reviewing development applications on a case-by-case basis. So to me, it just sounds like, wow, we're going through so much. They were appointed by you, and yet it's canceled. I'd like to hear their discussions about what's going on. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Christine. Whoops, sorry, I muted myself. I see no more hands raised, so we'll go on to the town manager report. Jeremy.
Thank you very much. In no particular order, tonight was a regular meeting of the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, and they discussed the Hawthorne property goals and visions. Obviously, I was not able to attend on behalf of the town, but I did submit some comments that were read at the meeting, and just wanted to share a little bit of that. I wanted to ensure that my email disappeared, that the following issues were discussed, or at least highlighted from the town. Sorry. Okay. Parking is an issue that the town would like to make sure is mitigated to the maximum extent possible with the development of the Hawthorne property. In particular, minimizing parking on residential streets and in the commercial properties that would be across the street from the new open space. Requested again that on the trail connectivity issue, that town representatives, including those at the ranch, are at the table and as part of those conversations, and that town welcomes a modification the town welcomes further review of any wildfire mitigation activities that need to take place at the property. I want to thank Mary Hufty, who attended the meeting earlier tonight, heard my comments, and sent me a really nice email. So thanks, Mary, appreciate it. We mentioned it earlier, but just to mention again, the CODA hybrid meeting materials are being installed into the historic schoolhouse. We were able to give the mayor a brief tour of what was going on in there. And I'm happy to report that we're very much able to keep the schoolhouse intact and keep its most cherished elements still there, with by also adding some of the technology. I'm sorry, it's past my bedtime too, apparently. I wanted to publicly announce that the town has hired a new town clerk. Her name is Judy Heron. She is the city clerk of Menlo Park. She has extensive experience in their community. She's also worked as a deputy clerk in Atherton and cut her teeth in Redwood City, working on a variety of issues. We're excited to have her come on board, and she'll be starting on April 11th. I wanted to share just a few photos from a great volunteer project that happened over the last couple weeks. We had some residents who were affiliated with Little League in town wanting to do some work at our batting cages. And they completed that work. Let me just show you a few pics. Here's a good before pic, and here's after. They did some really wonderful work. And as you can see, they were out there pretty late one night. There's a few of the volunteers. It was the best picture we had of the volunteers. Really appreciate Andrew Allen and the team for doing this on our behalf. It's the kind of volunteer spirit we always hope that we can embrace and enhance and support. Town Cleanup Day is coming up next month. Everyone should have received a flyer for that. That is happening. Our wildfire community meeting has been rescheduled for Monday, April 28th. We'll be putting out more information about that in the coming days. We hope people will attend. That was a meeting that was canceled on March 24th because Woodside Fire was unable to attend. And with that, concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? I see Rita's hand up. Go ahead, Rita.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. There is a nearby Bay Area town that things were discovered when they had a recent audit. And I know that I've asked before about the status of our audit and received information about the 2019 audit, but I understand based on the information I received that the 2020 audit and the 2021 audit had been postponed or put aside or couldn't happen because there was I think there was I can't remember correctly at 12:33 a.m. But I think there was a problem with a contractor or something, and just want to know the status of that. You know, before I came into this town, I knew that there were some issues. And so I'm quite concerned as a person that's been on, the chair of audit committees in the past from nonprofits, that the audit in this town, when we're talking about these large dollars for more contractors and consultants and budgets, that that we haven't had an audit done since 2019. And the nonprofits that I'm referring to, even during COVID, we had to do extra steps and best practices in order to get them completed. But I am concerned as a taxpayer in this town that the audit has not been done for 2020 and 2021 in this town. And I'd like to know if that has been, if it's in the works now, if the auditors are on the property. I sent a message today to the finance committee, or yesterday to the finance committee, asking them when is their next meeting and what is the status of the 2020 and 2021 audit. Thank you.
Thank you. My understanding, Jeremy, the audit, those year numbers are the first year of the budget cycle. So the 2019 was not done in 2019. It would have been done after the end of the 1920 year. And so there's one missing, which would be 2021, and 21-22 hasn't ended yet. So we can't have an audit of that because it's not completed. Is that correct? You're on mute, Jeremy.
Sorry. The 1920 audit was delayed, and that one we're expecting it to be completed next month and then in front of the committee shortly thereafter. The 2021 audit is on schedule. We're maybe a month behind, but that's not a result of any staff issues. The 1920 was a result of a variety of challenges associated with COVID primarily, and the availability of our auditor to do the work at certain times during the year. But they've been great. Not anticipating any issues whatsoever. So that's coming soon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, no more hands up. We'll move on to the digest, item 16. Is there any public comment on item 16? Seeing none, bring it back to the council. Anybody have any comments on digest March 10th? Nope. Okay, then I'll move on to item 17, the digest of March 17th. We had a couple public comments on this already during the general public comment period. So if anybody had spoken then, I think they've probably had their 3 minutes on this item, but any other public comment on this item? I see Dale's hand up, but he already spoke to this. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none. Any council discussion? Nope. Okay, then do we have a motion to adjourn? Okay, thank you all. Good night, everybody.
Not everyone.